everyone, I thought I would have a go at this page for you. Now this is Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford. Now I have completed a copy of this book already, and there is a flip through on my channel of my completed book, but this is a brand new book I haven't started yet, and I was having a look through to see what I could do, and I know that I've done a few of these already as videos from my other book, but not all of them, so I thought I would perhaps do the whole page as a series for you. My plan is to not use the same pencils for all of them, so I thought I might do this column here in my Faber Castell Polychromos, and then maybe do this column in a different set and this column in a different set, just to mix it up a little bit. But we're going to start with this one today, and I've got my Polychromos today. So that is where we're going to begin, and then just work through. I've got a few other ideas as well, but I will share as I go. Okay, so I'm going to do this one rather conventionally to start with. So I tend to do a roof grey if I want to be conventional, so that's what I'm going to do. So I'm thinking maybe a warm grey might work. I'm just looking. I think I'm going to grab this really dark one. This is the Warm Grey 6, and we're going to start there. And I'm going to just get going. Wow, the first bit I've coloured in my brand new book. Usually I do the nameplate. Well, I don't always, but just to sort of, I'm going to fade this look up, just so that it feels like my book, but I haven't this time. Just doing this with you. I don't know what this is on the roof here, so we may have to improvise. I don't know if Johanna always knows what the things are. I think she just, you know, has some fun and puts some little details in, and it's up to us really. So I'm just gently fading it up to the top. We'll do this bit next, I think. I might do a lighter bit in the middle here, because I'm thinking you get a bit of shadow from here, and it'd be darker at the bottom, so it'll be a bit lighter there. Excuse me. This roof is set back a little bit more, and it will be sloping from here to here. So that might affect it a little bit. I'm going to just put down a layer of colour and then have a think really what might be going on with it. Let's have a think. I'm just looking at the roof that's in front of me through my window. It's quite useful. And I've noticed that it's darker at the top than the bottom. I think, let me see it, and the tiles are close together at the top, making it seem darker. I think it's also quite cloudy, so that's not really helping things, but anyway, so maybe I'll try that with this one. Maybe I'll leave the very top a bit lighter, because this bit here looks like it might be slightly different to the rest, so we'll go in here with a darker bit and then just sort of fade it downwards. And what's nice about colouring in Johanna's book is that I know what the paper's like, so I know that if I want a little bit made darker, even if it's quite dark already, there's going to be more layers of paper there to do that with. You know, it's rather reassuring. Now this bit here again, I'm thinking maybe that'll be a little bit lighter. Just going to put a bit of shadow above it, not too much. Maybe I need to fade that in, maybe that didn't really work. Now, where this bit here is in front of this bit, yeah, so we need some shadow in and around here as well. I'm just going to finish that bit off all the way across. And this bit to just be a tad more even. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to grab a slightly darker colour for that shadow. This is the dark sepia Okay, we're going to just start in here, just work some colour in there. It's really dark here anyway, so you need to work in some layers. Just to provide that shadow. I feel that needs to go right across the roof. I think it looks a bit odd. Just going to take it all the way across and just sort of fade it towards the right, but only subtly. Now I'm going to get a black and put in some really dark defined shadowing. Just down this line here and under here. And then along there. Take that right up to there. And then put a bit under here. Just to try and make that look like it's sort of standing out maybe a little bit. And then I'm just going to go over, Johanna's drawn us some lines on here. Just going to go over those a bit with the black so we can see them again. You may prefer not to see them. I like to see them. It just adds a bit of texture to our roof. Oh, my stomach's grumbling. Yeah. Okay. Now we also have a little roof piece over the door which I sort of forgot. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to grab myself an eraser and just clean out this window area where I went over the lines. There we go. And then yes, this little bit above here, and we'll start with the warm grey 6. Excuse me. Sorry, I've got a bit of a frog in the throat there. So I'm going to make it a little bit darker on each edge, I'm thinking. A little bit lighter in the centre maybe. Don't really know what this would look like light shadow wise. And then I'm going to grab the black and just do the lines on it. Now, I'm just actually trying to decide whether that street lamp belongs to this house or that house. That probably doesn't matter. The door. I'd quite like a dark wooden door. I'm going to start with a lighter wood colour and then darken it in areas. I think it's always better to start a little bit lighter. This is the Bista. It needs a sharpen. You will need to sharpen quite a lot on this page. There are a lot of little details. I think we're going to find that with Johanna's new book as well. Lots of details. Can't wait. I'm so excited. Really looking forward to it. I've got a few projects I want to do with you. I'm going to go for the burnt umber before her new book comes out. So I've got to make sure I get those done. Burnt umber. Let's just do those lines and then look. I think it might be a little bit darker on the edge. I want it to look like it's sort of set in a little bit. I think it would be. I'm trying to think about what colour the door handle would be on a wooden door. Possibly light black. Thinking. Yeah, I'd do it black. There we go. Now we have our main building. I need to think of the colour of next. We could do it brick. I don't have a ruler to draw my bricks though. I've got a bookmark I could draw them with. But I don't think we'll do it as if it was rendered. And I'm thinking maybe a cinnamony colour might work for a render. I'll have a go, see what it looks like, and then I'll probably darken it up significantly with some other things. So here's the cinnamon. And we're going to do, I'm just going to put a layer across the whole of the bits of the house that I want in this sort of render. Yeah, I haven't really thought about that door frame, have I? Now these windows confuse me a bit because they haven't got a frame, they've got this dipped in bit. Now, would that dipped in bit, I'm assuming that that dipped in bit is on the outside and the glass is right through on that back bit, rather than this whole bit being glassy and that being in the internal window. It's a lot easier to colour it if you assume this is the outside. So I'm just going to pop some colour on there. I need to work more on that, but we'll just get this basic done. I do see houses this sort of colour, sort of salmony-ish. It's almost, this is like a sort of plaster colour. If you've ever had a room inside your house plastered, you'll know exactly what I mean. But I'm going to add some other colours to make it look a little bit, I wouldn't say nicer, but obviously it depends on what colours you like, whether you think this is nice or not. I think it's okay. It's not my favourite, but that's okay. Now we've got the window sills and this sort of support things to do still as well. I know that. I'm going to decide on those once I've finished the main colour. I think it'll be easier that way. I think I'm going to grab a Pompeian red next. Now it isn't like a bright red. It's a more dull colour, which... Oh no, actually, the Venetian red is what I meant. I'm going to use this. I didn't do the insides of the window, those bigger windows though. This is the cinnamon. That was confusing, wasn't it? That's the cinnamon. Now we're using the Venetian red. Now I'm thinking about where it's going to be darker. Now again here, this bit is sticking out, not just the roof but the whole house. So we need a darker bit in here so that we can see that there's some shadow. And under here we've got a bit of marking there. Also all the way under the roof there. And then down here. Just where it's marked, and this bit is also set behind, so it's going to be darker. Like that. Now for me that isn't really enough. I'm going to put a bit under the roofs. The roofs will cast a shadow. Then inside the window I'm going to fade it a bit so that there's a lighter bit in the centre of the window. So harder here and there. Leave a little light bit in the middle. If that looks wrong to you, cover it over. I think that's a bit too much. There we go. Now, where else? There might be a darker bit under there. So I'm just going to sort of fiddle and faddle a little bit until I'm happy. I think this whole bit needs to be a bit darker because it's behind. And then the same with this bit, because this is our sort of front bit. So I'm just going to put a really light layer on here. Literally quite light. So it just looks a little bit darker. Let's have a look. Yeah, we're getting somewhere wonky. So I'm just looking at my screen. There we go. Now I'm thinking door frame, step, sill support, all in the same colour. I'm going to do the chimney first in a cinnamon actually, and then I'm going to do all the other details in the same colour as the chimney pot. So back to our cinnamon. Oops, there we go. Now the chimney would probably be round, not square. So we need to make it darker on the edges to try and give the illusion that it's a bit rounded. I'm going to emphasise that with our Venetian red. So a hard bit on the edge and then a little bit less. We're going not too much. It's a little bit too, I'm going back to the cinnamon, it's a bit too stark. I don't know what the word is I'm looking for. That's better. Now I'm thinking, I think I'm going to go darker with our frame and things, and I'm going to use this. This is the Pompeian red, but I'm not going to use my little one, but it is the Pompeian red. And the chimney pot, a bit darker each side. Again, trying to make it look rounded for the door frame. Now there'll be some shadow under the roof bit of that door frame. I'm going to put that in with a different colour, I think. I could try and do a line of this. Actually, I don't know if it will show up enough, so I'll look at that after. Here's the doorstep. It might be a bit darker, just at the bottom there. Pencil isn't sharp enough. If I sharpen it anymore, it'll disappear. Gosh, it's getting really dark outside, like it's gonna rain. There we go. And then the windowsill. Now, of course, we've got no shadow under those windowsills, and they should have some. Now, this support here would be darker in there, near the edge. Now, under the windowsill shadow, what were we using? Oh, we were using this, the Venetian red for our shadows. So we'll just come under here, pop a little bit in. Now, our actual windows. Now, we could do them in a number of ways. There are lots of different ways to colour windows. I actually have a video demonstrating all sorts of different methods for colouring in windows. For these, I think I'm going to do them welcoming light, as if there's light inside. Because when we do our street lamp, I'll colour it as if it's on. So I think it would make sense for the lights in the house to be on. Just pondering my idea. I think yes. So I'm going to start with my light yellow ochre. I'm going to go around the edge of each window with this. That might seem like a fussy detail. Maybe it is. Maybe you don't want to fiddle with this, but yeah. So these are in the roof, these windows. My son's got a roof window on his bedroom. His bedroom is in the roof. He likes being up there. I think he likes having a nice big space. My other son never wanted to be in there, so that was good. He's got the smallest room. And now I'm going to use a lighter colour. This is the Naples yellow. And I'm just going to fill them in. We haven't done this bit. What is that? Do you think it's a TV aerial? What I'm trying to do is to go around the edge first and to make the centre just slightly less dark than the rest. Just to maybe give the impression there's a bit of glow. I don't know whether it really comes off. But okay, let's do this. I'm thinking we might just use one of the roof colours. I might use the sepia just so it's a little bit different. Dark sepia, and I might just go around the edge of this one. Try and make it a little bit light bit in the middle as if it's slightly shiny. I think I'm just going to block this in though. It's too difficult otherwise. Now I'm just going to grab my cinnamon again and tidy this up because I've noticed I've missed a bit. And now this bit here we've got this dotted line, so I'm just going to put a double layer of cinnamon here just so it's a slightly different colour, because I don't know why it's dotted like that, but it will then just look like, you know, it's a little bit different. Now I'm going to grab my dark sepia again. I'm just going to sharpen it really fine point. So I'm going to do some of the shadowing with this that we've already done with our red. I'm going to get right in there, just beyond the black line, on top of it a bit and then just beyond it, to add a deeper shadow. And the same in here. Under here. Make sure you leave no gap between the black line and your pencil if you can help it, or else you lose the effect. Just going to bring that out a ditchy bit where it's been marked. And around, now I'm thinking around this door, because we've got this little piece of roof, it would actually be, it's like a porch, so it's actually sticking out a bit, I think. So I'm going to put some shadow around it here. I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to be. Go. I think now either it looks like the roof is sticking out over the doorstep, so this is coming out and this is flat, or it looks like the whole of this is all coming out. And I put a darker line under there. There we go. Okay, now I'm just having a look. I quite like the idea of trying to put a bit of shiny glass effect on our windows. I'm just going to find a jelly roll pen. Now when you do this, you need to make sure that you stay within the glass, that you don't go outside, which I did there. Stay in and put them all in the same direction. Here we're going over the top because we're assuming that window frame is on the inside, like that, and then that helps it just to look like it's a bit of shiny glass. Okay, I think we are now done with that one. Just having a little final look. I'm going to leave the street lamp until we do the next one, I think. Across, but we're going to be working down this column to start with. So yes, we'll leave the street lamp. I know it's right in the middle, so it's a little bit tricky to know when to do it, but we'll leave it. Yeah, we'll leave it until next time. Not next time, until we do this house, which will be in a while. But that's me for today. So thank you for watching. I hope that was okay for you. I hope you have a really super day. Have fun. Please like, subscribe, and comment if you can. And yeah, have a super time and happy colouring. Hi everyone, and welcome to the second video in this lovely page of houses from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford. Now my plan is that we're going to use the Faber Castell Polychromos for this set of houses here. Then we're going to use a different set of pencils for this one and a different set of pencils for this one. That was my thinking. And then hopefully there'll be a set that everybody can use and join in with, and it just makes it a little bit different and you can see how they go down on the page. So I will zoom into this one and we'll get started. So as I say, using my Polychromos today. Let's come in nice and closely, there we go. Now the first house I sort of did in a sort of style that I would say was quite traditional, maybe. It's a sort of brick colour but without drawing in the bricks. Now here we have some stonework drawn in, and I quite fancy making the whole house look like it's stone. So sort of drawing in a few more. Now I'm not going to use a pen, that's far too scary, or even a black pencil or a graphite pencil. I'm actually going to use my dark sepia pencil. It's hard for you to see that. Oh, it's really tricky, isn't it? It was interesting, I was reading a post the other day and I'm just going to draw some in that are about the same size. Now I noticed these are overlapping, so I need to do the same thing here. So we would maybe have one coming out of here and up there, maybe one there like that. I'm just sort of guessing. Now you don't have to do this. If you don't like the idea of drawing any in, then don't do it. But I just feel like I want to do some sort of brickwork. It'll all come together better once I sort of colour it, but I'm just giving myself a few rough guidelines really and hoping that it will sort of work. We'll see what happens. Maybe bring that into there. As I say, if you don't want to, you can just colour the ones that Johanna's drawn in the way I do, and then maybe do the background in a render, like the house is rendered or something. I realise Johanna's have got rounded corners and mine haven't, but I'm not very good at drawing, so I'm just doing the best I can. Also hers are different sizes and mine aren't, but I'm just as I say, just giving myself some guidelines, and I'm happy with that. We'll do something different on here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep my dark sepia in my hand and do the edge of the bricks in this colour. So really sort of emphasise them like this and then just fade it in a bit. And we're also now going to start to incorporate Johanna's ones as well. And hopefully it can look almost like it's sort of supposed to be part of the picture. I think we'll do a dark edge around there too. There'll be some shadow around that shutter. I love window shutters. They remind me of my very first Lego set. I had 1970s Lego set, and in my set I had a door on a hinge, which was pretty cool. I think they still do them, and a hinged window, but I had a little tiny window with shutters on and they were sort of hinged at each side. This bit was blank in here, Some of them had a bit of see-through plastic in, but mine didn't. But it was, I just really liked just playing with it. The problem was that I think we had two, me and my sister, we probably had one each, and we probably had the same sets, you know. And I think one of the windows only had one shutter, the other one had snapped off and got lost. So there would have been a bit of an argument over whose it was, you know. Siblings, eh? No, it's mine, no, it's yours. Right, so it's quite a higgledy-piggledy brick look, but I think it's okay. I think we sort of, I can still see where Johanna's look better than mine, but I'm not going to worry about it. Now, excuse me, I'm going to find a lighter brown colour. I think I quite like the nougat. I'm going to see if I can find it. There it is. It's the first one I glanced at and then I didn't pick it up. So nougat. And I'm going to do the inside. So I'm going to try and fade them from the edge. So see this one? I'm just going to do it a little bit darker here and lighter in the middle. It's quite hard to see when they're so small. Now interestingly, I sort of thought that a lot of houses are brown when I saw this book, which has obviously got lots of buildings in it, and decided that I would buy some more sort of beigey colour pencils, because although the Faber Castells have a good range of darker browns, I felt like I wanted something a little bit lighter. So I bought a Prismacolor beige. I didn't have the full set at the time, which I'm lucky enough to have now, and I bought a couple of Holbein, I think a cork and a khaki, something like that, which I thought would be really good for doing all the houses, and I barely used them at all. Didn't do my houses in brown. But anyway, I used them, but I just didn't really use them as much as I thought I would use them in this particular book, you know. I don't want to leave white in the middle, but just maybe a little bit lighter inside each of these bricks. I sort of originally thought of them looking a bit like the bricks on my house, which is it's got limestone bricks, but they don't look like that at all. They're far too dark. Limestone is, this is what I was trying to replicate when I bought my pencils, but it doesn't really work because limestone is quite yellowy almost, so no. But this is fine. I think you could have done them, there is sort of granite, not granite, but black rocks, bricks on some houses up north. We could do it like that, but it's a little bit dark. I quite like this, got a bit of warmth in it. So that's, yeah, happier with it. And hopefully it looks like it's rock. I think it does. Or stone. I'm sure there's a difference. Probably just size, but I'm not sure. My son would know. He's next door. He did very well in his geology. He got an A. He was 2 marks off an A star, which is the top mark. But his teacher said there was no point in getting it remarked because geology never gets put up. So yeah, he was really happy with his A, and as were we. But he was so knowledgeable that we just felt that he would have got an A star. But you know, that's okay. He did really well. He also got an A in his physics and his math. But his maths teacher, he was 2 marks away as well in his maths for an A star. And his maths teacher's going to have a look over his paper and see whether there were any mismarked questions, and if there were, he recommend that we pay to get it remarked, and then he might go up. But he wasn't that bothered. I think an A is very good, but you know, we'll see what he wants to do if there's that opportunity. So there are our sort of bricks. I think they look quite cool. She says very modestly, obviously. Now underneath the window I think we would have a bit more shadow than is showing, and under the roof. And because we've already used our dark sepia for our brick edges, I'm going to grab my black for the shadow. Don't usually use black that much, but I think we need to show up. So I'm just basically going over Johanna's line and a little bit further, so we've got just an extended area. I don't think that's showing up enough for my liking. I'm going to go back over it, just extend that out a tiny bit, just so that we can see it, hopefully. Yeah, and under the window the same thing. There we go. Now we have this bit and this bit. Now I'm thinking maybe this could be wood and this could be wood, so we could do those two bits the same. So let's do that first while I'm thinking I know what I'm doing with that. I want a very different brown, so I think I'm going to grab this one. This is the brown ochre. It's so hard for you to see. And you can see it's a lovely warm brown. It's really different. Just grabbing my sharpener so I can whoops, drop it on the floor. Apparently, no, I didn't. Caught it in my lap. The good thing about Polychromos is that when you drop them, they bounce nicely. They don't break. They're not a sensitive pencil. When I went on holiday last, which was about 8 years ago, I took them with me. And they did really well. They survived brilliantly. Okay, so I'm just going to put a sort of basic layer down there, and I'm doing it that way in the direction. This one here I'm going to colour in this direction. Oh, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. We've been cleaning this morning, dusting, vacuuming, cleaning bathrooms and kitchen everywhere, and there's a lot of dust in the air. I can feel it on my nose. So you can see there's a bit of striping going on. That's really good. Happy with that. Now I want a darker colour to put a bit of shadow, shade, texture, that sort of thing into it. This is the burnt sienna. And for these shutters, I want to put a little line under each of these to create what hopefully will look like a bit of shadow, to show that the wood is sort of slatted. I don't know how easy it's going to be with this small detail, but I'm just gonna give it a go. My idea is to try and go under the line. On that one I went above it. I'm struggling to see. My eyes are not very good at the moment. I was wearing my magnifying glasses last night, which really worked really well. I should be wearing them now. I would be able to see better. But anyway. So hopefully that looks a little bit like there's some shadow. Now these, I want to put a bit of wood grain in, so I'm just going to put some lines through. Different lengths starting in different places. It looks a little bit random. It might be a bit too fussy for you. You might just want to leave it. It's fine, however you wish. Okay, now I need to think about roofs and render. I'm thinking the render on this little building could be the same as on the chimney there. And I quite fancy doing an almost yellowish colour. Will that work? I'm going to try it. I'm going to do it lightly and see if it works. This is the light yellow ochre. Oh, there you can see it there. And I'm going to use it for the chimney. It's just going to bring a bit of warmth. That's the idea. I do that the same colour as the roof, I think. And then down here, there is a building this colour in a town near where I live. I expect there's lots, but there's one that I know specifically of, and it's a very old monastery, part of an old monastery. And it's the render is sort of lime mortar, I think. I like that, but it's too pale. I'm going to go over it a little more. I'm going to try and add a little bit of shape though. So on our chimney, I'm going to go darker here and lighten towards the middle. Just try and give it a more rounded look. I think chimneys, particularly the pot, would be rounded. I don't think that's made a great deal of difference. Here I'm just going to go over in a whole another layer or two. I'm just going to keep going, building up that colour until it looks how I want it to look really. Now I'm going to need to put some shadowing in it, because this is set back from here, as is this. So I'll put some shadows in, but we'll do that in a bit. I won't worry about it right now, but what you do need to be aware of is that you don't burnish your colour so far into the paper that you haven't got room to add any more, because we're going to need to add a little bit more in some places. I think that looks rather warm and inviting. Now the roof, I had thought about this and I had thought that I would do it red, but I don't want to do it red. I think I just want to do it grey, like the one above. I know it might be a bit boring, but I think that's just going to work with this colour. So that's what I'm going to do. And now the last one we did in a warm grey, let's do this one in a warm grey. Would match our warm colour scheme, of course, but let's try it in a cold grey just so it's a bit different. So I'm going to start with this cold grey 4. This is a sort of average grey, if you know what I mean. There we go, cold grey 4. And let's go with this part first. Now on this one, up here, I faded it up. Let's do it differently on this one. You could fade it down. No, we'll do it this way. We'll make it darker here at the bottom, and then we'll fade it up that way. It's going to be hard to see, but let's just give it a go, just so it's a bit different. So it should be lighter near the top. So I'm trying to put a few more layers near the base of that. Like that. And here the same, so a bit more down here than up there. Maybe that works. I think it's a little bit light here. Maybe it needs a bit more. There we go. Now this bit, I'm just going to do an even layer there. And here I'm going to do them darker at the top than the bottom. I think that helps give the impression that they're sort of overlapping. So darker here and then lighter towards the edge, bottom edge. Basically I overcolour a few times here, and less here. So overcolour here more, and a bit less here, and less here. This bit needs to be your darkest in there. Dark here, and then less. Now if you struggle, you can always use a darker pencil for this top bit, and then less here. Go up to your cold grey 5 for the top bit, and then use a 4 and then a 3. But I find swapping pencils is quite time consuming. I run out of patience. I find it easier just to use the same one, but I may use a darker one to put in some shadows at the end. Well, I will be using one anyway to put some shadows elsewhere. I'm just going to sharpen. So I might also put a few in on this roof if I think it needs it. So yeah, this book is interesting. I don't know if it's my favourite Johanna book. It's definitely one of my favourites. And I rebought it before I'd even finished my original copy, because there were already pictures that I knew I'd want to do again, which is rather good. So this is the first page I'm attempting of my second copy. And I did do loads of videos from it. So some of the pages where I did videos I want to do again, because, for example, the ticket page, which I really like, I use different brands of pencils for each ticket, and I did them all very differently, and I quite like to do them all really similarly, so they're a sort of matching. These two I'm going to do just lightly like this one. Yeah, I'd really like to sort of make them match each other. I think that would be fun. So I want to do them in a very different way. So I'm trying to make it a bit darker at the bottom, but it's tricky. Now this bit, I'm just going to colour over lightly and have a think. Now I think it would be sloping, whoops. So this bottom bit would be closer to us than this top bit. So I think that means that this would be darker, and then it would slowly lighten as we go down. I'm sort of going to ignore that crisscross just let that shine through, because the Polychromos is being transparent. I think that's the right word, or opaque, I don't know. See-through. You can see through them. There we go. Now we've got a window frame, and I'm wondering whether to use this same colour just to sort of tie it together and for consistency. I think I will. I might just block it in actually, it's quite small, rather than trying to give it some shine. There we go. Right, my next job is to put some shadows in. Now I've done a bit with black, but I think I'm going to use the dark sepia for the rest, because I don't think I'll need it that black, that dark. So I'm going to start on this top roof, and I'm going to put a bit of shadow under this roof line. Like that, just to separate off that top part, which I think might be standing away slightly. We're going to put one down here now, because the roof is set back from the house, the front part of the house. So we're going to continue that all the way down here, like that. But also here. And here significantly, because I think this roof would sort of be an outcrop. Yeah. And under this roof. Hopefully you can see a bit of a difference that's worth putting in these little lines. I'm going to put one under here. I think there should be one there as well. Just to show the different parts of the picture and to make it look more three-dimensional. Now, I feel like this bit is not set that far back from here, but this bit is. I think this bit is sticking out from here. So I think in here we need a bit more dark, a bit more shadow, because this bit I feel is further back. I don't know if that helps us. And a bit here, a bit more here. Yeah, maybe that works. This is the point where you might want to add a bit more under each roof tile. I'm quite liking mine. I'm not going to fiddle with it. It's come out how I wanted it. We're going to put some more shadow under here, even though I've done it already. And the chimney. So there'll be a bit of shadow here. But I'm also thinking I'm going to put a tiny bit on the edge there, where I was trying to add some make it look rounded, and because it was yellow it wouldn't let me do that very well, so I think I'll add a bit with that, and then maybe a shadow under there. Now the last thing we have is our windows. Now glass can be quite tricky. We tried to do some shine on the one above. This one we're going to do the same thing, and we're not going to make it yellow inside the windows this time. We're going to make it look like the light isn't on, and we're going to grab our cold grey 3. So that's blurred, there you go. And put some shine. Now I'm just going to put a few lines across, as if the light is just catching that window, and we're going to do the same on these. Don't put them in exactly the same place. There we are. So there is our window. I don't know how long this video has been. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I fiddled with the settings on my camera slightly, but it's okay. So there is the next finished house. So I hope that was okay for you. I think it looks quite old. I think it looks rather sweet. Maybe almost cabiny, like, I don't know. How to think, open fire, comfortable floppy sofa, in a woodland, maybe? Maybe. Anyway, that's me for today. Join me tomorrow for the next one. Please like if you enjoyed it, comment, and subscribe. Thank you so much, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the third video in this series from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford. And if you've joined me for the first two, you'll know that this is a brand new copy of the book, and though I've done a lot of videos from this book, I haven't done all of the houses on this page. I have done some of them on video before, but I decided to just do the whole page all over again. Now this column that I'm doing now, I'm going to be doing with Faber Castell Polychromos. Now this house, I had a look at it and I wanted to do it blue. Now houses aren't often blue, I realise that, but it was just what I wanted to do. I was just looking at my blues to try and find the colour that I want. I don't really have it, but I'm going to just use the ultramarine, the light ultramarine. Sorry, this is the light one. No, it's not. It's the ultramarine. I think that's the colour I want. So yes, the ultramarine. And I'm just going to put a light layer on to some of the parts that I think would be this colour, and then we'll go from there. Now the reason I like a blue house is because there is a blue house near to where my parents live that I really like. Now it isn't always blue because, excuse me, obviously houses get painted different colours over the years, but at the moment it's blue. It's been blue for quite some time, and I've had my eye on it as a really lovely house that, you know, I don't want to move. I don't want to buy this house really, but it's just so pretty. I'll tell you about it. It is a Georgian house, Regency style house. It has very high ceilings with ceiling roses and chandeliers and sort of intricate coving on the ceilings. And it has sort of water ceiling sash windows on the front of the house, a little intricate metallic sort of porch over the front door. The front of it just has a little yard really. So it does. There are a few steps up to the front door and a little path and a gate, but the sort of front garden, as it were, is just a little yard because you've got the sort of basement as well. So there's a good sort of gap. It doesn't go all the way up to the house because there's a gap so the basement window can get a bit of light in. If you're English, you probably can imagine what sort of house I'm describing, or if you're from the UK, but I don't know whether these sorts of houses appear in other countries. But yeah, I always look at this house, and it's actually on a corner, so the front of it is actually on quite a busy road, which isn't ideal. As are the although the ceiling roses and the intricate coving looks really pretty, it's not ideal either because imagine the dusting, basically. But anyway, it's a bit of fun thinking about the house. And I'm just grabbing another pencil to do some darker bits. This is the cobalt blue greenish. Oops, sorry, you can't see the whole of the name. And I'm going to do a few shadows, and then I'm going to come back to the other colour and just tidy it up. So I just want to do one under the roof line here. Yeah, so I just sort of look at it when it comes up for sale, which it has done a few times lately. I go and have a little look at it and see how much is way out of my price range. I can't really afford houses in the town where my parents live. That's why I don't live there, partly. Yeah, it's an expensive place to live, but you know, it's fun just having a look at it and thinking. You know, also I think for that sort of period house, I mean, my house is a 1980s house, so it doesn't really have period. Wow, it's got a fireplace and stuff, but it's not really, you know, it's not got period features as you would describe them. And so I'm just going to sharpen up my ultramarine and go back to it. So you don't have to worry about what you do to it. Whereas with a house like that, you couldn't just put it anyhow. You'd have to be really careful with what furniture you had. It would have to look right, you know. And I sometimes think a mix of modern and old looks a little bit odd. So I would even constrain myself. What I'm doing here is I'm just trying to fade that in a little bit to the rest, so it, you know, and just tidy up what I've done already really and darken it just a bit, because I wasn't sure if it would be too dark, and I'm happy with it being a little bit darker. Yeah, so you know, it wouldn't be a practical house at all, but yeah, it's fun thinking, isn't it? Isn't it? I don't know, maybe other people don't, but my sister's been sending me pictures of houses too, because she's thinking about moving. It's not, she hasn't put a house on the market or anything, but she's thinking about it. And she sent me one earlier, which was a shop with a house under it, and she said, oh, I'd love to live above a shop. And I was like, really? Your work would just be there on your doorstep literally all the time? And she's like, well, yes, but when the shop's shut, you wouldn't be thinking. I'm like, yeah, but when the shop's shut, you'd be doing your accounts, and you'd be doing your stock ordering and stock takes and all that sort of thing. You'd never be away from it. But of course, the same goes for anybody who works from home, really. But it has its advantages and disadvantages. I'm going to go a little bit darker all the way around this bit here. I think it's jutting out from our house, so it might be create a bit of a shadow around it. Excuse me. Anyway, it was a very tatty. She said she wasn't serious, she was just dreaming like me, because she said it was in a street with some houses and some shops, and all the other shops were boarded up. It was obviously not you know, gonna necessarily make much money and that sort of thing. So but she's run a shop a few times. She really likes it, shopkeeping, you know. I remember playing shop with her when we were small. I've gone back to my cobalt blue greenish, and I'm going to go back along here. This is the place where I really want there to be a lot of shadow. I might actually go in there with a different colour, but I'm going to use this for this little building. I think in our other ones we haven't done it like this, but I'm thinking maybe it would be a slightly different colour, just for interest, not for any other reason. There we go. And I'm going to grab a Payne's Grey, if I can find it, there we go, to do a bit of shadowing. I think it gives a more defined shadow than just using a blue, and really get in here right up to that line. Really make, we need a bit on there as well, really make it look like the house is, this bit is separate. We can go around these as well, and around the tops. And we'd normally do the roof first, but I might need to put another layer of this on after, but I'm just sort of marking it out really. There's a bit down here too, because this little building is a separate bit, and under the roof line, and under this roof line, and under this one. Now, there we go, maybe a bit under there. Now the chimney, I think I'll do the chimney. Just thinking, I was thinking of doing it this colour, and then I wondered whether to do it that colour. Then I wondered whether to do that colour the same as that colour, but I think that needs to be lighter because it's a bit further forward. So I think I'm going to grab this one. This is our sky blue. It's our sort of lightest blue really. And I'm going to use that for these windows to start with. And then for some other bits and pieces, but I do just enjoy as sun's out. I think we're okay. We're not very central, are we? There we go. Yeah, the sun's out. I don't think we're getting too much of a shadow from this angle. It's not supposed to be sunny today at all, and yet the sun is out. Just can't trust the weather, can you? Yeah, I think we're okay. I'm just checking on the screen. And I'm going to do this chimney here as well. Now, thinking about the chimney pot, it's going to be rounded. It's going to be a little bit darker on those edges. I'm just going to try and pop in a few more layers to darken it slightly. And I'm actually thinking I'd quite like my windowsills to be this colour too. Just that little bit lighter because they'd be sticking out. Let's do this one. And this one. Now I'm not sure what these are. I think I'm going to treat them as windows. I don't know why, they wouldn't really be, but that's what I'm going to do. But this bit isn't, of course. Maybe we'll use some blues for that. Let's grab the cobalt blue greenish because you can really see the shadow, can't you? And do every other stripe. So I'll show you. So this stripe here, and then this one here, that one, that one, that one. I'm sort of randomizing it a little bit. I hope it's going to work. And then the top of our chimney here, like that. And then the other stripe, I think I'm going to use the no, I think I'm going to use the sky blue and see if it works. It may look a little odd. I shall try it and see what happens. Do the same combo as the chimney. Because it's light, I can go over it if it looks a bit strange, but I think it's going to be okay. I think it's going to work. There we go. Now, the door. Now, I was thinking the door would be like just wood, but we've got a blue house. Would you just put a plain wooden door on a blue house? I'm not sure I would. I've also just noticed something actually. See, this top layer of house actually sticks out above this layer. Can you see that? And let me point to it with a pencil. See, here's the edge here, but it comes into that bit. So there would be quite a shadow, I think, under this line here. Because there's actually a part of a house. Sorry, this is my Payne's Grey. I'm going to pop a shadow all the way across there. And I think it would be quite deep. And that's why we've got those shadow marks down there and there. There's got a whole sort of bit of house sticking out. I'm going to take that shadow down a bit. That would actually make it quite dark in that window, wouldn't it? There we go. I think that looks like it's standing out a bit. Yeah, that's okay. Now, roof. We've done lots of grey roofs, and again, I think it goes really well with blue to have grey. Gosh, that sounds bright. Now we've done a brownish. Let's go for quite a dark grey roof, I think. Let's use our cold grey 6. It's quite dark. I'm always a bit stuck on this, but I'm just going to put a light layer. See what happens. I'm going to leave that for a minute. And I'm going to use the same light layer on the very top here. If you can't do light, use a lighter colour pencil. There we go. Now, I'm going to just colour this in lightly, but we're going to go over it with another few layers. I'm thinking this bit at the bottom is closer to us. Would it be slightly lighter? Yeah. So I'm going to make it darker up here. And then gently lighten it as we go down so we've got less layers. So that the bottom part is completely as it was with no extra colour. Just try and make it as even as you can. Now we've got this little roof. Let's just put a light layer, do it the same as we did this one, I think. Just a light layer, doesn't really need much. Yeah, now we've got windows and door. I'm thinking I'm going to do that door in this cobalt blue greenish to match this. I think that's going to work. The sun's gone in. It's very irritating. I might have to shut the blind. in a bit, maybe for the next video I make. So that's just a layer. Now I'm thinking anything here would be a bit darker, because this is sort of in front, it's nailed on top of that. That's probably a bit too defined. Like that. I'm not sure about that door handle, what to do. Let's just colour that, a little bit of that. There we go. And I think I'm just going to do my door handle in the cold grey 6. There we go. Now windows, I thought in our previous houses we've either had all the lights on or all the lights off, and I thought that's quite unrealistic, isn't it? So let's do a mix. Let's have some on and some off, and look a little bit more realistic. I'm still trying to decide what to do with those two. I think I'm going to colour them in as if they're not windows, because I just don't think they are. So this is my sky blue, and I'm going to just colour over these as if they're just a bit of patterning. Because if this is the top of the floor here, and this is the top there where that window is, this wouldn't be, it would sort of be in the floor. So that's what I was thinking anyway. So I'm going to do a couple of windows with some yellow. I'm going to use this one, it's 106, I need to just look it up. I can't find my book. Where's my booklet gone? There it is, oops. 106, light chrome yellow. Okay, and I'm thinking maybe this one by the door would be nice and welcoming to be on, like that. And then maybe someone's working in the shed there. And I was thinking to do an upstairs one. If I did the middle one, it looks a bit too placed. I'm going to do that one. Okay, and now these in a grey. Oops, use the cold grey 2. And I'm going to do a different technique. This is a Johanna Basford technique for colouring windows. So colour in some of it, leaving a bit of white. So the white I'm going to leave top and left, but you can leave it however you wish. So it looks like the light is just catching some of the glass. I've spent the morning looking at train tickets for my boys to get to uni, but I think we've worked it out now, so that's good. Okay. Now the windows, on our first one we did some shine on the windows with white pen. I'm wondering whether we need that as well or not. No, I think I'm happy. I'm going to leave it like that. I feel like we could come in a bit more. There we go. Yeah, I'm going to leave my house like that. So there is our third house. So I hope that was okay. It was a little bit quicker. I think I'm beginning to sort of work out what to do really. But the next one looks interesting. And I've got no idea what colour I'm doing, so I shall have a little think. But thank you so much for watching. I hope that you have a really super day and happy colouring. Hi Hi everyone, welcome to the fourth video in this series of houses. This is from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford, and there are videos for these three. If you haven't caught them yet, you can catch up maybe at the end or another time, but today we're going to be doing this one here. Now to me this looks quite church-like. I don't think we actually have a church. I'm just having a quick look. No, we don't really, but I don't know why it looks, I mean churches don't normally have a chimney, but anyway, it's just my sort of thought. But perhaps to do with the door, maybe, in the round window. But anyway, I'm not really sure what to do with this one, but I've had a few thoughts, and I was either going to do it in a sort of grey stone or in a wood. I think I might do a wood, just for something a bit different really. So I know we've done a little bit of wood on a house before, but I thought I could show you how to do it. Now I don't have a ruler with me, so that's going to make it slightly challenging, because normally you would draw your wooden slats with a ruler. So I'm going to have to do them freehand. So I'm going to draw them on. Sorry, I have got my burnt umber, which is quite a dark brown, to draw these on. I'm doing them quite thin because I feel that works with the size of the house as it's drawn. Now I've got no idea if this is even going to work or look right, but I'm going to have a go. Sorry, a lot of non-breathing and concentrating going on for a minute. Just working my way along. As you can see, you can use a ruler for this, absolutely. You can evenly space them if you wish. It might look better, but I've just taken this sort of decision to just do it freehand. I could pop next door and get a ruler, but I haven't. Okay, so we have a sort of stripy house. Looks interesting, doesn't it? Ought to put a bit in there as well. Now I'm going to go for a really light brown to do a sort of backgroundish through, and then we'll see how it sits, how it looks. So this is a raw umber, okay, and I'm just going to colour right over, excuse me, all of the bits where I've drawn these sort of lines. Now you want an up and down movement because we want more lines. Now what I've drawn is quite faint, isn't it? So I may have to go back over that in a minute. It's also quite a different colour. You know, the browns don't really match. But anyway. Let's just work through. And then I'll go back and just put those lines back in a bit harder. I mean, I suppose you could have do this first and then draw the lines after. Maybe I should have done that, but it doesn't matter. I'll just redo them. I guess the joy with doing it this way, I suppose you could do it if you did it the other ways. If it all went horribly wrong, we could just colour it in the colour that you did first, and you would never know. There we go. So now I'm going back to my burnt umber, and I'm gonna darken those lines. I mean, you can see them, but just not as sort of dark as I had hoped. No, because I want to put in some shading, some shadow, some other lines and bits, so I want this to stand out. So just going back over, because I need to put some shadow in here and things like that. So I just want, I don't know, is there one there? Can't see. I think I'm making some up here. you'd done them in black, it might have shown up better. Right, so there we go. Now I want a sort of in-betweeny type colour. I think I'm going to use the Nougat, just give it a sharpen. I want it really sharp. So here it is, the Nougat. And I'm going to draw in more lines. It might seem a bit odd, I've just tried to make those stand out, but to make it look more woody. But I want it to look like there are those slats with the separate slats, but within each slat there's a bit of a sort of woody wood grain. Woody wood grain. Sounds funny, doesn't it? Or maybe it's just me, I don't know. I think it sounds funny. Anyway, we'll just pop in some more lines. Lots of lines. Create this sort of textured look, I guess. There we go. I'm just looking there. Now I want some shadows, and I'm thinking if I do my shadows in grey rather than brown, they might show better as shadows. So rather than using a sepia, which is quite brown, I'm going to use a warm grey, which again still has a browny tone. So warm grey 6, we used it last time actually. Now I'm just going to do the shadows on my wood bit, so under the roof there and down there, and along here under the roof line. There would be some here too, but I'm going to decide what I'm doing with the roof first. Haven't decided at all yet. No clue, no idea. Be some under the window. So I'm wondering whether to add some colour. I might do. Usually the roof will slightly overlap the building, so the shadow might be fairly long. Let's have a look. Just looking in the screen, it helps me a little bit. See whether it's all making sense. Okay, let's do the roof now, and I'm thinking I'd quite like a reddish colour, not a sort of scarlet type red, but maybe I'm thinking the Venetian and Pompeian reds are a little bit too... this is what I want. This would be perfect. The Indian red. So we've got quite a brownish red. I think I'm going to do that for the roof. I just want a different colour roof, you know? All our roofs are the same colour. And some houses do have red roofs. Some of them have very bright red roofs, but this one isn't going to. Maybe it's a bit too daring for me, I'm not sure, but now I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit darker at the top, lighter towards the bottom. Now I've got this bit here, I'm going to, make that quite light, and then go in dark underneath, like that. Just going to ignore the chimney for now, we'll think about that later. I think it doesn't look like a church now, it looks like an old schoolhouse. What do you reckon? I quite like this colour. I just wanted something so that even though it's wooden, it's quite bright, you know. It stands out still. And just tidying it up a bit really here. It's nothing too skilled or special. And this is going to be the same. Put some shadows in a minute. There we go. So we're going to grab the warm grey 6 for our shadows again, like we did before. Now here we've got quite a big overlap of roof over this building. I'm just going to put a little bit here. I don't think there would be so much there. I think it would be under here there would be a lot. Maybe a bit down here as well. Like that. And we've got it down here. On this side. And then I'm thinking quite like a little bit under here. Not too hard. A bit under here. And then there. I might come back and do a bit more in a bit, I'm not sure, but I shall leave that now. Now I'm thinking chimney door. Chimney door. You know, it's that thing, chimney door. Greys. The cap and the line, I'm thinking that might be metal. So I think I'm going to grab this cold grey 4 and try and get a slight metallic effect. Firstly on this hat, cap, top, where I'm going to fade it towards the middle, layer up here, less layers, and just a little bit in the centre, and hopefully it looks maybe metallic. And the same for this little bit here, leaving a little white bit in the middle. It's quite difficult to see for me. And then this window frame, the same, dark at the bottom, and leaving a little pale bit at each end, like that. I'm a little bit stuck with the chimney pot. I'm wondering, I might go with the cap at Mortem. It's a similar-ish colour to the roof, I think, but it might look a bit like it's slightly earthy. I don't know if it's going to work. I may need to put another colour with it. I'm going to make it darker here and darker on here, so the edges are darker, so it looks rounded. It's too similar to the roof, definitely. So I'm going to put some of my nougat on top of it. Try and make it a little bit browner, a little more earthy, like it might be clay. Yeah, that's better. I think it's better anyway. Now, the insides of our windows, we have this half bit as if we're looking in and we can see part of the sill and part of the edge. So I feel that would be decorated the colour of the inside of the house. I don't really want it too different somehow. So I think I'm going to use the raw umber actually, and just do them quite lightly, because maybe they would be the same as the material it's made from. Maybe, maybe not, I'm not sure. There we go. Oh, we've got that one too. They're all the same, aren't they? Now we've got the door. I'm thinking we've got a wooden house we're gonna which is plain wood, so the door might be the same, but we'll make it a little bit darker. So we'll start with our nougat again. But put a fairly dark layer down so it doesn't look like the outside wall. There we go. And what have we got here? A burnt umber. Yeah, we use the burnt umber as well. I'm going to go around the edge a bit darker, where I think it might be darker. Maybe top bottom, stripe it up a bit across these lines that have been drawn on. There. So it looks significantly different to the rest of the house. Now, door frame, I probably should do it in this cold grey 4, like we did for this metal work. It could be metal. But even if it doesn't look like metal, it could be stone. But the step, I'm thinking definitely a stony type colour. Let's go for our warm grey. 6. And to do it, let's do it this way so you can see. Now I think it would be a little bit dark at the bottom. That's how I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm going to put a bit of shadow there on the bottom of the door. Now for this one I think I'm going to make bright windows, quite welcoming. I'm just looking at what we used for the first house because I want to use something a bit different. Let's use this. This is the, I think it's the dark cadmium yellow. Yeah, it is dark cadmium yellow. If you use the cadmium by mistake, it doesn't matter. This one is just a bit more orangey. I think the warm colour goes nicely. We're not going to put any white marks on like we did on our first house. To be honest, I didn't really like them, and I want this one to look different. But I am just going to check before I'm done that I have put enough shadowing in. I'm thinking maybe it needs a little more. I'm just going to grab this warm grey 6 and put a little bit more in here. It can make quite a difference to how 3D the house looks, the amount of shadow you put in. Of course there might be some shadow on the floor down here, but I'm not going to draw that in because we're not doing floors. But there we are. I'm going to leave it there, I think. Again, we're getting a bit quicker, but that is the next house. I'm rather happy with that wood look. Of course you don't have to draw in those wooden slats. You can just colour it plain brown, or just colour it a completely different colour if you want to. But there we go. So thank you very much for watching. This little pot, that'll be done with this house. I hope you have a really super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to part 5 of this series from Johanna Basford's Worlds of Wonder. Now we're using Faber Castell Polychromos for this column here, and so this is the last one we're going to be doing with the Polychromos. So this is the sort of first part of our mini series that will be done. Then when we start this bit we use a different pencil, and this bit a different pencil. So these 5 will be put together in a mini-series compilation for my YouTube channel members, so they'll be able to access all of those in one go. And the same will happen for these, so these would all be one compilation for them, and these. So I've kept them fairly small because each house does take a little while to do. And I may make something different in between, so I might not do the next house tomorrow, I might do something a little bit different. It sort of depends on what I fancy doing, really. So this, as I said, this is our last one of the row, and we've got a rather grand looking house with a very pretty little pot plant beside it, so that's rather fun. Now I'm trying to think of something a little bit different. So our first house was sort of brick colour without actual bricks. Our next house we drew in some bricks, then we had a blue house, then we had a wooden house. Now this house, I'm thinking I might do some sort of stone look on it, perhaps maybe grey, for a little bit different. So that's my thought here. Now for house stones on a house, I would tend to use a sort of warm grey, I think, and I'm going to mark them out actually with my sepia pencil, my dark sepia. Now I'm not going to do them on all the parts. I think I'll just do them maybe on the back ones and keep the front one plain as if it's rendered. So I think I'll do it like that. So I'm just going to draw in this bit. Look, it makes what looks like an obvious starting position there, and we'll just draw in a little bit. Now I'm going to mark it fairly dark because when I did this last time it didn't show up. I had to go back. Now when you're marking stone bricks, they don't line up, so you don't put that line, you line it up somewhere else, say here or here. It's always quite tricky when you're doing a thin bit like this to get them lining up in different places, because some of them look too thin, but it's important or else it just doesn't look right. That one there. And this would sort of be the bottom, but it's a bit too big. We'll do that. Oops. Put one there, and one there. Make that a little bit. Maybe that'll work. So we want these to fairly line up. I think. Then our next line is about here. And we've got one very close, one in the middle, one there. That one's there. Actually, that's reverse of that. That should be in there. But never mind, it's done now. There we go. So I've marked it out, and what I'm going to do is actually go back over it all before I colour them in. Just to increase, the intensity of those lines. There. Now, sorry for the lack of talking there. It takes a bit of concentration. Now you could use a ruler. Probably would have been a good idea, but never mind. Now our actual bricks. I'm going to use a cold grey 4. Oops, there you go. And what I'm going to do with each brick is do a dark outside and then a bit less towards the middle. I think we did that for our bricks, our brown ones that we did further up, but I think that's okay. I think it helps to make them look a bit textured as well. Can't do much with that little tiny bit. And I found it more interesting to colour. See, the reasoning for making our line so dark is that it looks like a shadow. It looks like it could either be the mortar between the bricks or it could be the shadows around them. And I think it helps make them look better. But it's just my personal opinion, of course. I'm trying to think of what colour. I can't do a roof that's grey now. A lot of our houses have got grey roofs, haven't they? It's not going to work. But I've got an idea already. It's good. But I don't know what colour to do this bit. What colour would you do? And I'm thinking a blue might work, but we've already got a blue house, so we want to do something a bit different. I don't want to do anything like weird, like orange or green or purple. I know those colours of houses exist, but not in my imagination, I'm afraid. Maybe I'm just too conservative, but no. I have done in my old book copy of this book, I did do quite a lot of mad colours for the housing, but not this time. There we go. So there's our brickwork, and I've decided that I'm going to do the roof in this colour, in the sanguine. So I'm going to do that first, and then it'll help me to pick the rest of the colours. So this is the chimney. I'm not going to do that in this colour. I'm just going to go over the whole roof, starting a little bit darker at the top and just coming down to a lighter colour at the bottom. I have seen roof tiles this colour. I'm not just totally gone mad. And then this side to sort of match. Down to the bottom where it's a little bit lighter. And I'm going to go back over again. Like that. Now this roof is going to be the same colour, but I'm thinking maybe a bit lighter. So I'm going to start off with a bit of a lighter layer and then try and fade it even lighter. It'll be a bit tricky to get it really pale. I'll see how I go. What I'm doing now is I'm doing my lightest bit first, and then I know how dark I need to go. I don't have to go too dark. I realise I've been colouring out the lines a bit over this bit. Okay, I'm just going to erase a little bit inside those arches on top of here. I think I'm going to do them the same colour as our chimney pots, and that's going to be a grey. I think I used the one in between, so I used 6 and 4 for our bricks, and I'm going to use 5. The warm grey 5. And for this part, now I don't really know whether this is sticking out or not, or if it's just a sort of frame or bit of brick, or quite what it is, so I'm just colouring it in, and the sill as well. Then have we got any other sills? No, we do our chimney pots. I'm just going to sharpen this because I want to make the chimney pots look rounded if I can, by putting a darker bit each side, like that. There we go. Okay, now I'm also wondering whether to do the render on the front in a grey. I think I will, but not that dark. I'm thinking maybe actually the warm grey too. It's really quite pale. I'm going to try it and see how it looks. It might just be a bit too pale. I'm just going to erase here where I've gone over the lines, because it's going to really show when I use the really pale colour. Sometimes you can cover up a mistake with the colour, but not when you're going this pale. I think that works quite well. So just covering all of it really. Like that, and in here. I'm going to do this all the same colour, and then I want this a bit darker. Be sort of in the shade shadow. There we go. I'm just looking and checking and thinking, I think that's fine. Now our flower pot, I think I'm going to do it in the roof colour, in the sanguine. It's very terracotta-like, which flower pots can very much be, but I'm going to put it on quite dark so that it doesn't necessarily look like it's the same colour, even though it is. Okay. Front door is bugging me a bit. We're gonna do, what front door would you do? I don't know. Oh, I'm having a big yawn. I'm gonna go with my dark sepia and do some shadows while I'm thinking about it. So look, down here by the roof, Johanna has already marked to us to show that there'll be some shadow. Down here as well. To that roof, like that. Exactly the same on the other side. Under there as well. There we go. Still haven't resolved my front door issue. Let's make the door handles the sanguine, just to match them in. I know. I'm going to do a dark wood. Let's find our walnut brown. No. A light layer. It's a dark brown, so a light layer looks quite dark, and then stripes in it. There we go. Right, we've got a green tree to do next. I want to keep to our sort of dull colours, perhaps is the right word, I'm not sure. And so I feel that this earth green yellowish might be the right colour. Just going to sharpen it. This is brand new. There we go. It's not exactly vibrant, but it's a little bit brighter in the house. It's also got a bit of grass here. There we go. And now we're left with windows. I want to make some yellow in there, because I know we've done some greys, some yellow, some whatever, because I think because it looks really cold at the moment, so we're just going to brighten it slightly, but we don't want to go orangey yellow like here. I think it would be too much, so I'm going to use the light yellow glaze. So it's quite a pale yellow. So, oops, just got to sharpen it up. Excuse me. So I'm going to just do, I'm not going to do more than one colour. I'm just going to put a layer in here. And I'm not completely happy with the way the roofs look, so I'm going to go back in there in a minute with some sanguine and just change it up a tiny bit. I'm not going to majorly change it, I'm just going to neaten it and darken it. Right, there is the windows. It looks a bit warmer. It's not bright warm, it's how I wanted it to be, sanguine. So I'm just going to layer up my colour here. Just heard a train go by. Heard a steam train the other day. Was it yesterday or the day before? Day before. There were train strikes. But because the steam trains are different to the diesel trains. They weren't on strike, and so yeah, it was. I heard it and I rushed to the window and I couldn't see it. The problem at this time of year, so I could darken this up. Really what I wanted to do was darken this up a bit, but I couldn't do that. If I wanted these to still look darker, so I needed to make those darker first. Yeah, when this time of year the trees are so thick with all their leaves, you can't see the trains. I mean, it does mean that we don't get so much noise as well, but I heard the whistle of the steam train. Is so good. But no, I didn't see it. Also realised we've got no shadow under this roof. Okay, so I've grabbed my dark sepia. I'm also going to put some under the windowsill. It's not sharp enough though. There we go. So a little bit under here. Oops, that's too thick. It's too late now. What I wanted to do was a really thin line, but unfortunately my pencil wasn't as sharp as I thought it was. But never mind. It's no good trying to erase the sepia, it's too dark. So put a line under there. I think I might need to thicken that slightly, but I'm just going to do it gently. I think it looked, if you put a bit extra shadow on the corner, I don't know why, it just seems to work somehow. Anyway, there we go. Makes the roof look like it's sticking out a fair bit. I also want a little bit of shadow inside this sort of porch, just coming up the wall here. I feel it would be darker there and on the inside, like that. Maybe a little bit here. This needs to be all the way to the edge. I'll just do that. I'm just fiddling now. Why not? You could fiddle and paddle for a long old time if you wanted to. You can put a bit of shadow under the windows as well if you wish, but I'm not sure it's going to make a huge difference. I'm just trying to straighten it up. It's quite difficult to get it straight. There we go. Yeah, I think I am happy with that one. Yeah, I'm going to leave that there for fear of sort of spoiling it. She says, fiddling away. Yeah, so that's me done. So those 5 are completed, which is rather fun. And the next column will be a different brand of pencil, so something slightly different. I've got a bit of an idea for each of them now, which is fun. So that'll be good to play with later. But for now, thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a really super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next little section from this page of houses. This is from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford, and we did this column here as a little series and used Polychromos pencils, and for this column here I'm going to do a similar colour scheme to this column, you know, so pink, wood or brick or whatever it is, blue, wood, that's the wood one, and sort of stone. So we're going to copy that ish in the different style of houses using a different set of pencils. So today we're going to be using Castle Art Soft Touch pencils. I'm going to use them for the whole of this column. So if you use your Polychromos for this one, you could use them for this one as well and use the similar colours. But we're just going to use a different pencil brand just to make it a little bit different. So we're going to start with this top one and come in nice and close. This one really does look quite church-like, doesn't it? Now you can just about see here, so you can have a look and see what colours I used. Try to use sort of brick-ish colours, and we're going to do the same here. So I'm going to actually start with the coral. I think if you've got an older set of pencils, it will be called a flesh light, the coral. I think. No, it will be called flesh. Sorry, I'm wrong. Coral is the flesh. So there we go. And I'm just going to colour the main sort of walls really. So this one is sort of meant to look like it's got a brick coloured render. I realise I've got a street lamp to do as well. We'll do that later. So just trying to get a fairly even colour at the moment. Now I realise this is like a turret or a tower, so it's rounded, so we'll need to try and make it look more rounded in a bit, but as I say, just get a layer down and then I'll work on what colours to use, because this is quite orangey compared to this, but I don't think that matters. I'm not trying to match them exactly, I just thought I would do a similar colour, and then if you have these pencils rather than the Polychromos and you wanted to do one like that but you couldn't follow along, you can then use equivalent colours really, can't you? Or you can switch and swap like I am and you get slightly different looking buildings, which I think hopefully will look quite nice. This is a bit messy, but I will continue. I've left my pencil sharpener next door, I've just noticed, which was rather careless of me, but I'll see how I get on. I didn't need it then, I was just noticed it was missing. Right, so there's our initial layer. Now I want to go a step darker, so I use the peach, which is also called Flesh Deep. Here it is. Peach. And we're going to start firstly working on this turret, and so if I make it darker on the very edge like that and then gently blend that into this towards the middle, so we leave part of the middle with the lighter colour, then we should find that it looks a little bit more rounded, hopefully. I've just got to blow my nose, as always when I'm making a video. It's fine until I come and sit in this room. I'm sure it's nothing to do with the room and everything to do with talking. But anyway. Okay, now the shadow under here I'm actually going to do in a darker colour, because I tried it in the... I went over it in the end on that one. Now here... not sure. I think I did the shadow under the windows in the like that. Now this one is obviously sticking out as well. We did a darker bit just at the bottom there. I'm going to probably leave it like that actually. So I'm going to go back to my original colour, which was the coral, and I'm just going to tidy it all up now. Now I've decided where I wanted to put my... Actually, no, sorry to confuse. Back to peach. I'm just going to do this bit. I was going to just do it in a sort of darker colour, but I think it needs to be... have a bit of a layer of this under it first. Like that. Okay, now I'm going back to coral. Oh, sorry. And we're going to go over here. Like this. So, yeah. So I hope everyone's good today. I am recording this well in advance. because I think this is due to go out in my family week when I'm going to be off social media and just having a week off, doing everything, doing things together, walks and games and all sorts. So it should be fun. I'm going over all of this, but just quite gently. And it is actually still August, recording this, very early. But my boys got their timetables this morning for university, which was quite exciting. My one son's is really simple. He's got 4 3-hour classes a week, and in the first semester up until Christmas they run 2 on a Monday, 1 on a Thursday and 1 on a Friday. But in the week after Christmas he has 2 on a Monday and 2 on a Thursday. Really simple. My other son has lots of 1.5-hour classes spread all over the place. It's a lot more complicated. I'm now looking for a slightly darker tone. I don't want to go mega dark, so I think I'm going to go Venetian red. It's quite a soft red. It is a little bit pink, but this is pinker anyway. And I'm going to do our sort of windowsills with this. I just want them to look a little bit darker. Well, I haven't coloured under this windowsill here, so I'm going to use the peach for that. Let's go back to the back to the peach, and just do a little line under there, like that. And I'm going to continue with this peach and do the chimney, quite dark here, a bit lighter, like that. I think I'll do the chimney pot the same, and then use the Venetian red for that other part of the chimney, this sort of bit here. Yeah, so I think they both get a bit of a day off, but they have quite late finishes some days, but it's you know, it's what I sort of expected. Now for the roof, I want to do a sort of brownish grey. So we have a warm grey, a Davies grey and a charcoal grey, which are all fairly dark. I think we're going to go mega dark. I think we'll go charcoal. So here's the charcoal grey. And, whoops, excuse me, do, with the roof tiles, I like to do them darker at the top and then lighter as we go down, and working through, and then they look like they're layered up. I think part of the reason it's so late is they've got to commute, you know, on the train. The journey takes a while, but it doesn't take as long as I thought actually, because the walk at each end isn't quite as long as I thought. They basically have a 20-minute walk at each end, but because they walk fast than Google Maps says you walk, then it speeds it up a little bit. But of course it may just mean more waiting around at the train station if you're arriving early. But still, it's fine. Trains are comfortable, reasonably reliable. Their timetable is such that if their train is even 20 minutes late, they should still be in plenty of time, so that's good. There we go. There's our first roof bit, and we're going to do the same for the next one. We've got the top and bottom, which I'd like to be quite light. You could use a lighter pencil, but I think just a light layer like that is absolutely fine. And then the same thing. These roof tiles are done with a lighter touch than these, with regards to the drawing, which is interesting. I'm not really sure why. It looks like Johanna's used a smaller nibbed pen, but I'm just going to do them in the same way. And this bit of roof is further back, because this part of the building is set back and it doesn't look like that too much at the minute, and we'll sort all that out at the end with some shadows. I have to work out which pencil I'm using. It'll probably be a black, to be honest, to get the shadows in. But we'll see how it, I'll see what my options are in a little bit. But yes, we calculated that that the train tickets are actually cheaper than the bus is okay, but it's not as comfortable, and you know, it might be a bit cheaper, but I prefer the train. They'll have to use the bus if there's a train strike. There's one tomorrow actually, but they're not getting in tomorrow. 1st of September tomorrow there's a strike. So there is that. But there's buses, or they could just not go in if they don't have many classes and it's too difficult. But I'm sure they could manage the bus. But anyway, it's their decision. I was quite surprised actually at my one son saying, well, we could just not go in. It's not like school. As he was prided himself on his 100% attendance at both school and college, and yet he's quite not so bothered. Now, just trying to make those a little bit darker. Now we have this sort of bit on the house over there. I made it darker at the bottom and lighter as I went up, so I'm doing the same thing. And there we go. Now let's do some windows. The windows on here are done in quite an orangey yellow, so I think I'm going to do the same thing. I think the brilliant yellow is probably our best our match. I'm just trying to find it. I think that might be it. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, it's a good name, I think. Could do with being sharpened. That's the stuff I don't have a sharpener. It's rather warm and cosy having all the windows coloured in like this. We'll do the one in the door in the same way. And I'm actually going to do the lamppost. I'm not sure whether this whole bit is supposed to be lit, but that's how I'm doing it. Okay, we have the door. Now in this one it's wooden, so we're going to do a wooden door here. So we need a fairly dark brown. We have a couple of dark browns. We have the Van Dyke and the Burnt Umber. So we'll start with the Van Dyke brown and do a sort of lightish layer over the door. And then we'll use our umber to put in some stripes or to sort of imply wood. So there's the initials, just a very light layer. And Burnt Umber. And we'll put in some lines of wood. Trying to line them up. I don't know if they would really. Wood. Oh, there we go. I'm not sure how wooden that looks. I think it's okay. Now the door handle I'm going to do in a metallic type tone. So I'm going to use my cool grey, if I can find it. I think this is the cool grey. Yeah. Oh, it's really blunt. I'm going to use the cool grey deep, as I can't be bothered to go and get my pencil sharpener because I'm lazy. So there's that one, and this one up here, and the top, and then the whole of the lamppost I'm thinking in the sort of metallic look. Could do it black if you prefer. I think I'm going to fade it in the middle, give it a bit of shine, just a tad. And this one, I'm going to try and put a shine in the centre. Don't want it too shiny, just so it looks a bit metallic and a bit rounded. Okay, now it's time to put some shade into our picture. Now, as I say, I'm going to use the black. I don't think we've got anything else that's going to work as effectively. So here's our ivory black. We're going to start with underneath this. Now, this is a round building, so I tend to think that the shadow would be lower on the edge than in the centre. I don't know why I think that, whether it does make it look rounder. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Then we need to go, let's do the bit under here. Let's do all the sort of roof lines first. We'll put a dark line across here, and this sort of goes down here that you can see the marking that Johanna's drawn for us like that. And under here, this, don't worry, we'll do a bit more in a minute. And it should start it to look more three-dimensional. Now we're going to go under this top line here, and then a little bit under there as well. Now we're going to start working our way around here. So all the way along the edge, and I'm thinking this might come in a bit. And then down here. And bring that in a bit. I'm going to just sit back and look. I think I might just carry that shadow in really gently in a bit more. Yeah, I think that definitely looks more set back than these now. I'm going to put a little bit of shadow under the windows though. Just a tiny bit. Doesn't need to be mega dark. Like that. I'm not going to worry about these windows. I think that might do. This shadow isn't going all the way to the edge for some reason. There we go. Okay, I think I'm happy with most of that. The thing we did in our other one here is we put some white pen over the windows. I'm going to do that just so that it's the same. So this is our OA jelly roll. So need to really concentrate this time. I did it wrong last time on not going outside of the lines because it's only on the glass. I'm just going to look in my screen. Excuse me. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that one. The colours match up, if you have a look, reasonably well. So that was the idea, to try and sort of match it. So there we go. There is our... Oh, we've got a little bit of grass there. Let's colour that in. What should we use? Let's use the... I'm just looking at my greens here. Let's look at a little bit of chrome green. Just going to draw some stripiness in. There, a few lines. There we go. Nothing too difficult. Okay, that is us done. So thank you so much for watching. Tune in tomorrow for the next one. But for now, I hope you have a really super day. Please like, subscribe and all those things. It makes such a difference and I really appreciate it. And don't forget to look at my links in my description. It's got all my social media channels. You can have a look at pages I've completed through the month and other news and bits and bobs. So thank you so much. Have a super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video from this page of houses, which is from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford. Now this first column was done in the Polychromos pencils, but for this column we're using Castell Arts pencils, and we're trying to copy a similar style or colour to the one next to it. So each sort of row is going to match. So yesterday we matched these two. You can see they're looking reasonably similar. So today, if we have a quick look here, on this house we've got a brick and a wood wall and a sort of yellowy render. So on here what I thought I would do was do some wooden slats on our little attic room and do some bricks on this back part, and then just do our render on the front one. So let's get going. I'm going to come in a bit closer and not show the other one in shot. Now I have done this house before in a different video and I really liked what I did with it, you can find that on my channel. I'm going for my render colour first. I think I'm going to use the yellow ochre. I'm just seeing if I can find it. Here we go. Here's the yellow ochre. And just for this little bit on our front sort of porch part, this is a little bit darker than the yellow that I used on the other one. We're not going to match the colours exactly. The aim isn't to try and match it exactly anyway, it's just to make them look similar, was my thought. So here we go with our ochre. It's not quite as warm as the yellow on the other one. I'm going to layer it up another layer. It looks a bit thin. You can just layer these up and it will just intensify the colour a little bit. There we go. Now let's deal with the wood part here now. We need a lightish brown to start with. I am thinking the terracotta light might work. Yeah. So I'm going to do a light layer across the whole of our little attic room, whatever it is, to start with. Like that, and then we need to draw on our wood. You can use a ruler for this if you would rather. I'm not going to do that, I don't think. I'm going to use the raw umber. And just draw on some wood, wood lines. It looks quite orange in the picture, I don't think it is though. I'm just going to run them parallel with the lines that have been drawn on already. That's a bit messy. Wood is a natural material, it's not always going to look really neat, so I'm not too worried about it looking a little messy. I'm going to go back over those as well. Make them look a bit thicker and darker. Now I'm happy. The good thing with using a lighter colour for this sort of thing, I'm going to put a few in between, a few lighter ones, is that if it goes wrong you can just layer the whole thing and sort of almost start again with the darker one on top. There we go. There's our sort of wooden bit, quite straightforward. Now the bricks, we've got quite a big area to do for bricks. I used quite a darkish brown. I think I'm going to mark it out in the burnt umber. I'm going to just sharpen it. Brought my sharpener through this time. Forgot it last time. There we go. So here we have our burnt umber. Now my idea is that on the other one the bricks were a little bit random. I think we won't. We'll do a line across there and continue it across here. Okay, and then another one that's sort of here. It's sort of tempting to go level with those lines in the window, but I think I won't because it might just look a little bit contrived. So we'll go like that. Got a different width now between them. That one is level, but if we do it slightly above, and then at the height of the sill. Now with your downward strokes, you don't want to match up. It's not a checkerboard. If you look at bricks on a building, they are laid opposite each other to give strength. So that's what we are going to do here. Now these bricks are a bit smaller than the ones, slightly smaller than the ones on the other building that we did, but I think it will be fine. Just mark them in. I'm going to do the same on the other side. It's a bit more random. Although the cross lines match, the downwards don't. You can use a ruler for this if you would rather. I'm possibly should, but because they're quite small, I think it's okay. It looks a bit organic, and I'm happy. Draw those all in. Now I want to darken that up a little bit, so I'm actually going to go back over all of them with a darker mark, a more sort of confident mark. You may not need to do this if you've already done it in a fairly heavy-handed manner anyway, because it is my mortar in between my bricks. It needs to show up. It's not like a normal outline where we might want to hide it a little bit. So it's just a matter of going over. And the same on this side. Takes a bit of concentration, I'm afraid, so less talking. My stomach's talking. I don't know if you can hear it growling. I just had a coffee. It's obviously enjoyed it. There we go. Now I want a very slightly lighter shade of brown to fill inside the bricks. I'm just looking at what we have. I'm quite tempted to use the raw umber again. It might be a bit too pale, but the Van Dyke brown I think will be too dark. So we'll go for the raw umber and see what happens. And what I want to do with each individual brick is to colour around the outside a bit darker and then a bit lighter in the centre. They're really small. I've probably made them a bit too small, but I'll try my best and see what happens. I can hear a dog barking. My neighbour's dog sitting, but we have a few dogs around here anyway, you're never quite sure, and people walk their dogs around here on the canal path, so it's often little dog noises. I don't mind. We don't hear it at night, so that's fine. I can hear some drilling now. My neighbour's having a lot of work done, so that is creating a reasonable amount of noise. It's fine. I don't mind noise. It's not quite as defined as that one, but I think it's fine. It's different, and that's okay with me. It bugs me a bit that this isn't straight. Like if I straighten up the bottom of the house like that, the door isn't quite straight, and this bit isn't quite straight. But Johanna likes drawing her things to look quite organic and hand drawn. I think there is an appeal. I know we've got a lot of AI drawn items lately, that some people really enjoy the AI colouring books, some people don't. It's a very personal thing. I saw Colour with Claire posting about it quite recently. It's a tricky thing. It's a way that people can make drawings who don't have the artistic, who can't draw. But on the other hand, I wonder if there's something else they could do to make money rather than that. if that makes sense. You know, they must have other things they can do. If you can't draw, you can maybe do something else. I don't know, that's just my sort of feeling. Now we don't have a door on the house that we've done already like this, so that's something I need to think about. I've managed to draw my bricks coming out here, so I'm just going to grab my eraser and just try and erase those lines a little bit. It's not going to totally erase, but that will fade it a bit, and where I'm going into the window. Right. Now we have a bit of a chimney here, and on this one the chimney pot is done with this colour, so that's what I'm going to do next. So it was the yellow ochre, and I'm just going to use it here. This. Okay. Now our roof is done in a cold grey. I think I'll use the cool grey colour. It needs a good sharpen, so let's do that. And the window, we don't have a windowsill either in the other pictures, so that's something I'll think about in a bit. So let's do the cool grey to start with on our roof. Now I like to do the top quite faint, and then I like to do it sort of darker here and then fading it down towards the bottom. Which is how I feel it would be. So I'm just going to go over this a little bit to make it slightly more vibrant. So I may just do this quite lightly. Oh, my stomach. Okay, so in here, a bit darker, and then just a bit less layers down here. I've gone out of the lines, but you know, and I've done this bit just a little bit darker just so it looks different. What I did for this bit was I made it dark there and lighter there, so a little bit different to the other one. So it's sort of dark along the bottom. It's quite difficult to do that. And I'm also going to do this little bit and the window frame, and this roof light here, a bit darker here, and then we'll do each of the tiles separately. Takes a little bit longer, but I feel it's worth it. If you don't have the patience all the time, you don't have to. I was just thinking, I wonder if there's a page like this in Johanna's new book. You know, she's got a lot of pages with little items on. I wonder. I'm trying to remember when it's coming out. November, I think. Oh, I've got it pre-ordered, as I'm sure lots of people do. Although some people like to wait for a flip through, don't they? And some people might be waiting for it for Christmas, of course. Gosh, that would be tricky, waiting till Christmas. Don't think I could do that. Luckily, I've got an excuse because I have to do videos for you. So, you know, I have to buy it. And I can use, some people very kindly gave me a little bit of money in my PayPal tip jar, and some people give me donations through Ko-fi, so I can use that money to buy books, which is rather nice. And although they're sort of for videos and to share, they're still for me. I still enjoy them. So that's really nice. Now these windowsills, again, keeping with the same colour, plus the door frame. I'm just doing it quite plain. think it looks like stone then. Now the windows in the other house, we just did some lines, so I'm going to do that. Just some lines across to look like they're reflecting the light. Like that, it's quite straightforward. I can't think what to do with the door though. We've got a door on our next one. I know, we could do a wooden door because the door in the one over here, which you can't see, is wooden. So that's what I'm going to do. So let's use the terracotta light, like we did do the same wood that we did for the attic room up here. So terracotta light first. And then raw umber. I seem to remember. Whoops, there you go. What I like about these pencils is you can see the colours so easily in the light, whereas the Polychromos, it's so difficult to show you what colour I'm using because the colour of the barrel and everything else. I'm just making those a little bit darker. Okay, door handle. I'm going to go for my cool grey. Now we do have this mailbox. I'm going to use the cool grey for the stand. I'm assuming they're made of metal. I have no idea. I'm going to fade it up as if the light's shining on it. Are they metal? Is that where you make them from? No idea. And we're going to do a yellow ochre flag. I think that's what it is, isn't it? No, don't know. Right, now what we need to do now is to do all our shading because it looks quite flat. Or we could do some grass there. Let's do that or else I'm going to forget. I'm just going to grab the hooker's green and do a bit of grass there. There we go. Right. It looks quite flat, so we need some shading. I'm going to use black like we did yesterday, because we don't really have any other colours. So along here we need to put in our black to show that this house, this porch bit, is forward from the house. So put in lots of black here and then up here. Like that. But we also need to do it for this bit here, because this bit I feel is sticking out from the roof. And a little bit across the top of there. There we go, under the window. Under this window. Under this window. And under the roof here as well. I feel that we would have a little bit of shadow there. Now I'm going to look back and see. Yeah, I think that's okay. I think we just need a bit under the roof line here. That's better. Yeah, that's made a big difference. Okay, I think that is done. I am quite happy with that. Let's just bring it down. Oh no, we can leave it like that. There we go. And just, oh, yes, under here. There we are. I'm happy with our little house. So there is our next one done. Thank you for watching. Please drop me a like if you enjoyed the video and maybe a comment, and remember to subscribe if you haven't already subscribed to the channel. Yes, thanks for watching. Have a really lovely day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this series of little houses from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford. Now we have got through almost half, well almost half, we'll be halfway when we get halfway through this one. And we're using Castle Art Soft Touch pencils for this central column. So let's come in and have a look at the house. Let's just stop there so we can have a look at this one. We're going to try and copy some of the colours across, so we'll be using blues and a sort of lemon yellow and greys for this one. So let's keep moving in, and I think I'm going to start with the windows. What we did with this, the other one, is we did some windows with light in and some not, and we'll do the same thing here. So we want to start with this sort of lemon yellow, which we do have. I'll just find, oops. So as I said, this is cut, these are, whoops, I don't want to come out of the tin. These are the Castle Art Soft Touch. This is the lemon yellow, and we'll do some of the windows with this. So we'll do this one. I'm going to have to layer it up to make it show. Maybe this one and this one, and then perhaps one of these like that. So not matching. And then we'll do the other windows in a pale grey. I want a sort of cold grey, so I'm going to have to use the cool grey, but I'm just going to press really lightly because it can be quite vibrant and I don't want a real vibrancy. And what we did was we did a little bit of grey, leaving some white so that it looked like there was a bit of shine on part of the glass. So I'm sort of leaving an edge white to make it look like it's catching the light. Like that. So that's our windows. Now we use quite a let's have a look at the blues. What should we use? I think the yes, let's use the, is there a cobalt blue deep? That's what I'm going to find. Here we go. And that's what I'm going to use for the back part, because I think this will be darker than this one. So I'm just going to get some colour down. I'm not going to press really hard because it can get quite intense, this colour. I think it looks quite nice if it is a little bit lighter. So we're just putting a layer down, and we shall need to think about that chimney as well. This little lean-to, there's one on the other house and we used a different colour, so we may do that too. So just trying to keep it as even as I can. It isn't easy. I'm doing my best. That's all I can do. Don't see loads of blue houses, but I don't know why I chose blue. It felt a bit more house-like than some of the other colours. You know, greens. Don't really see greenhouses, only if they're greenhouses. I amused myself anyway. I apologise, it was a very bad joke. Maybe you didn't even know it was a joke. Let's put a little bit of dark there, maybe just under these windows. And then maybe around here where this is overlapping. We'd probably use a much darker colour for that later, but we can just make a start. And I'm going to do the chimney. I'm going to make it a bit more layered up on the edges, try and make it look a little bit more rounded. There we go. It is quite pale. I'm thinking I might just layer that up a bit more because I want some of this to look a bit paler. This one, I want it to look a little bit paler. so I'm going to need this to be a bit darker. Well, that's quite a loud noise from the builders over the back. I hope it's not too noisy. You may not be able to hear it, but I'm trying to get in lots of videos early because I've got people coming to do some work on my house, and I definitely won't be able to record while they're making the bracket. Okay, let's go for the cobalt blue light now, and we'll get a big contrast, and we'll use it for this little part of the house. This is a little bit more purpley, which is interesting. We'll make it a little bit darker here where these lines are. Like that. And I'm going to use it for the door frame because I used my lighter colour for the window sills on the other house. Now I'm going to go for a darker shade for the door and the sort of extension like I did on this house over here, which you're struggling to see. I think I'm going to use the sky blue. Let's give it a sharpen. There we go. Sky blue, and won't do that sort of roof bit, we'll match that in with the actual roof, but I would just mark this bit. And I'm thinking it'll be a bit darker under there and down this side. I think I'm going to just do that quite dark like that. I'm also going to do my front door with this colour. Is rather fun, matching house and front door colour. It's quite rare. So our house is a sort of limestone colour bricks, which are creamish, and then we have a cream front door. I suppose we're sort of matching, aren't we? There we go. Now the roof, I'm going to go for a Payne's grey, just so it's a little bit different. And let's have a think. We'll start with a lightish top, and then we'll go dark to light. So quite a dark, I'm layering up here. And less as we go down here. Try and make it an evenish graduation, so if you can, so keep it nice and dark all the way along the top, and then try and fade it by roughly the same amount as you go down. It's not easy, you can just keep layering a little bit until you're happy. It just takes a bit of practice, or a lot of practice. That one a little bit darker, I think. This roof, just gonna pop in like that. So here again, we're going to make this top bit light, and this bit quite dark, and then fade it downwards. And then this bit just a tad darker. And I'm also going to use this for the handle and letterbox. Right, I'm just going to do that little top bit of chimney pot there in the sky blue. Again, trying to make it slightly darker on the edges down the centre. If not, I think that's okay. Now we need to get our ivory black and do a little bit of work with shadowing. Okay, so first of all, along here there will be a little bit. And then mainly here, so down here, just bring your shadow out a little bit and along there, up and around the whole building. We would have some under the roof line on both buildings. This one's marked down there a bit. And I always like to just do a little bit under there. Probably under our chimney in there. I'm thinking that maybe this just needs a little bit more. Like that. Let me have a look in my screen. I'm going to put a bit under the windows. Just all looks a little bit flat, and maybe around our door. Well, around the door frame rather than around the door, and then we can put a bit around the inside of the frame, so the frame might look like it's standing out just a tad, which it probably would. I think that's about all the fiddling I can do with that really. I'm just checking this here is actually for that house over there, so it's not, I can't work out what that is. If it's a post box, I think it looks more like a bird box. But anyway, we're going to finish there with that one. I think any more fiddling I'm going to spoil it. So that is our next little house. So thank you for watching. It's quite short today, but you know, it was a quick one. Gives you a chance to catch up if you've got behind on any of the others. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you have a really good day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this series from the Small Houses page from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford. And we are on to our fourth house on our middle column. So let's come in closer and have a look. We're using the Castle Art Soft Touch pencils on this column of houses, but we're trying to match them up to the houses next to them. So we've got quite orangey light coming through the windows, and we've got a sort of dark burgundy reddish roof with a wood look on the house. So we're going to try and do the same thing on this one. So let's move across, come in even more. That's it. You come in really close and we get started. Now the roof, you can see just a tad of it here. I think the Spice Red is probably the best match for that one. And if you've got an older set of the pencils, this colour used to be called Indian Red, but now called Spice Red. And I'm going to start the roof. Now in the other picture I have made the roof darker at the top and lighter at the bottom, so I'm going to do the same thing after I've just coloured in that quite lightly. And we're going to go in here with a darker colour, so more layers, back and forth a little bit, and then a bit less on going down to fade it down to a really pale colour at the bottom. It's a little bit of a different colour to the other roof, but as I've said going through, the idea isn't to make them completely identical, just to match them a little bit. Okay, now we also have the chimney on this one, if I just move it across, is a little bit of a brownish shade of the same colour. We don't really have that, so I could go for the Chinese orange, which might work. I'm not even sure that works that well. Maybe I'll use the sepia. I think that's going to be a better match, actually. Whoops, it doesn't want to come out of the tin. Oh, bear with me. So here is our sepia. Let's move the house back into the middle. Just going to sharpen it. I wonder if some people put their pencils away all sharpened. I doubt it. Now, I'm going to do a light layer of sepia across here, and then do the edges a little bit darker. I just realised, and then maybe just make that chimney pot a bit darker because it's quite small. I realise I haven't done the eave bits of the wood. These, I call them the eaves. I don't know if that's the right name really. And then, so just darkening those edges to make it look a little rounder. There we go. So back to the spice red, just for these bits, and I'm trying to see what I've done. I think I've left it fairly even, so that's what I'll do. I didn't fade it or anything. I was just trying to colour each house using a few different techniques, and then it means that you could choose which one you might like to use yourself. So I thought it would make it a little bit more helpful. Now the house is wooden. We've done a little bit of wood already, so we want to make this one look a bit different. I think I will start with the raw umber though. It's a bit tricky with the castles because there's such a small range of browns. Quite a few of the browns are orangey like the sepia, so it doesn't really give you a lot of choice, but we'll try. So the raw umber I'm going to use to colour all of the bits of house, for want of a better word, and just put some colour down, and then we draw in the I don't think I did it this way before. I think I drew in the wood lengths first, but this will just show you a different way, won't it? Don't forget that bit behind. I'm going to do that a little bit darker actually, because it would be a bit darker, I think, being set behind. Gosh, I'm really full. I've just had my evening meal. It's very nice. Well, it was a bit of a we haven't got much veg, so what on earth are we going to do type tea. So the children had some fish cakes which I bought for them. They were frozen salmon fish cakes, and so I roasted some chickpeas for me to have as my sort of protein. They decided they liked some couscous with it, so we did that. What we do is we measure out the couscous, crumple a oxo cube, a stock cube, on the top. I want this a bit darker. I'm going to go over it all again, and then hydrate it like that, stirring it in so that you get a sort of broth. It hydrates into a broth. And then the couscous absorbs the water and swells, and you get all the flavour in it, which is rather nice. And I roasted a sweet potato, where I cut it into little chunks, and a bit of pepper. But we also had some broccoli and carrot to use up, so we boiled those. It was sort of a bit of a mix. But nobody minds having mixed up. You know, it was rather nice actually. And the chickpeas, I just cooked them plain, just roast them with some olive oil on, and took a jar of chickpeas, really nice ones, think we'll do the Van Dyke brown. I'm going to just sharpen it and try and make our wood look. See how we get on. I'm going to do some quite defined lines. Like that. Now you could use a ruler, but I don't have one in here, so it's guesswork for me, which isn't always the best idea, but it's the only thing. I could go and get one, but just too lazy. I'm tired actually. Did a lot of walking, fast walking. My son always tires me out walking with him. He wanted to see how to get to university from the train. I'm not going to do this back bit. I think I might just colour in that bit a bit. Make it a bit darker and leave it. He wanted to see how to get to university from the train station. Although you can sort of do it on Google Maps and follow a map, he just wanted to have a little look around, try and find the best route that he felt best with. So we did look on Google Maps. I did know the way, but we had a look to see what they suggested, and they suggested going down a lane and through a tunnel, which only took about a minute off the journey. He decided he didn't like doing that, so he's not going to do that. He's just going to walk along the main street. It only saves a minute, literally 1 minute. So off the 22-minute walk, but we did the walk and he was happy with it, and so that was good. So we basically got the train, walked to the university, and then walked back and got the next train back because our train was delayed. Now I think to make this look a little more woody, we need to put some lines in between. These need to be quite thin lines, so turn your pencil around and find a really thin point, or resharpen it so you've got some thin. Yeah, so we got the next train back, but it was fine. And it allowed him to feel happy. And actually, we did it with my other son the other day. We didn't go all the way, but we went part the way, and then I was like, you've just got to go up that road and all the way to the end, and there's a sign to tell you which direction to turn in, and then you're nearly there. So it's like, that's fine, I'm happy. So they're both sort of happy with that. Now what we're going to do is the door and the shutters. We're going to do wood as well, but in a darker shade of brown. So I'm going to keep this Van Dyke brown, and I think the shutters would stripe in that direction, so I'm just going to colour them that way. You can see they already look quite different to the wood of the building. And the same on this side, it's a symmetrical design. That's it, and then the door would be this direction, I think, anyway. Yes, so they got their timetables today as well, so they're pretty much set. They haven't had their ID cards through. I'm not sure that they actually need them for their first class. They've applied for them, so you know they'll just have to wait. Okay, excuse me, I have now got my burnt umber, which is the very darkest brown. I'm going to put some lines across here. So I hope the light's okay. I don't normally record in the evening, but I'm in the evening today because I've got a lot going on, so I'm trying to get well ahead with videos, and because I was out today I couldn't get as much done. I did a little bit, but I had other things to do as well. I had to do some ironing, It's all exciting stuff, isn't it? So yeah, but that's fine. Now I am going to use the a silvery colour for the window frames because that's what we did on our other one. So I'm going to grab the Cool Grey Deep, which I'm going to just sharpen. We've only got the window frames on the very top round windows here and here, and I'm just going to make them quite dark at the top and just fade them towards the centre. And exactly the same on this one, like that. And we've got all windows left apart from this. We'll sort that plant pot out in a minute. So I'm thinking we need quite an orangey yellow. I'm just having a look. I'm actually thinking the marigold is going to be the one I'm going to go for. It looks really dark here, but actually it's quite orangey yellow, and I think it might just be the right colour, maybe a bit too orange. So I think actually it is a bit too orange. I'm going to put a light layer down. We're doing all the windows on this one. And then we'll go over it in a bright yellow, and hopefully it will make it look like an orangey yellow. So that's that, and I'm thinking, yeah, the cadmium yellow deep I think is going to be the one. Is that it? No, there it is. And we'll put that over the top in a generous amount to really make that warm and homely. Hopefully that looks right. I think it's okay. The light's beginning to reflect off it a little bit, making it tricky for me to see. I haven't done the door handle. It's really small actually, that door handle. I think I will use, we'll use the Cool Grey Deep actually for the door handle. It's really teeny tiny, hardly see it. And now we've got this flower pot. I'd quite like to match it in, so I'm thinking if I do a what did we use? We used spice red. I thought there was a light. Oh, excuse me. I'm going to use the cherry. Just trying to find it. What's that? Is that it? No, that's terracotta. No, definitely not going to use that. I know I'm going to use that for something else next time. I'm just looking for my cherry. It's proving to be a difficult colour to find. I'm wondering if it actually exists. I've got a cherry pink, it's not that. It's just a cherry. Maybe I've got it out. Did I get it out? No. Oh, here it is. I think it's this one. Yeah. Cherry. At last. Now this was called Indian Red Light. Okay. We're going to put some on the edge of the pot, and then we're going to fade it a little bit towards the middle, try and make the pot look a little more rounded. Like that. And then we need a little bit of green. I'm just looking at the greens. I want something quite dark actually. I'm going to use the Hooker's green. I think we used that before, haven't we? Maybe something different then. Let's use the Terra Verde Deep. It's a bit of a different colour and it's nice and sharp. Is that a good reason to use a colour? No. But anyway, I'm going to fade these towards the centre and leave a little white shine line. And then we're going to add some shading into the house to make it look a bit more three-dimensional, because it's looking quite flat. As with my others, I'm going to use the black to add my shading. So I have the ivory black here. Now let's have a look. Let's do underneath these roof bits, eaves as I call them. I don't know if is that the right name? I think it is. Doing on all of them to start with. We'll just make it look like they stand out a little bit from the house, which they usually would. They certainly do on our house anyway. And then a line under here. Just a little one. Okay. Now in here we're going to need quite a bit under here and here. Make it look like it is set back. Now I'm thinking here, let's do a bit along there. Under here. And then down here. It's just sort of going around the bits that would be in front and casting a shadow. I can do under the shutters. Now I'm just going to have a look. We need to do down here, don't we? That looks a little bit more like it's the different sections are standing in front of each other. I think I need a little bit more under here, just to really emphasize that so you can really see it. Let me just look and check. I think that's it. I think that'll do nicely. It's always hard to know when to stop, whether you need to do a little bit more or not. But I don't think so. I think we'll leave that one there. So there we go. So thank you for watching. I hope you have a really good day. Please subscribe to the channel, like, comment, all those things. It's so very much appreciated, as is you watching. Thank you, and please have a great day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next episode in this series of houses from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford. Now our middle column is nearly done and we are using the Castle Art Soft Touch pencils for all of these houses and trying to sort of pair them, match up the colours a little bit. I thought it would allow you, if you wanted to do all the houses with one brand of pencil, you could if you've only got one of the three brands that I'm going to be using, you could use that brand on all of them and sort of matched them across. Mine look slightly different, but I've matched them fairly well. I think Folk is as well as I am happy with, and you know, it is up to you if you try and match them or if you just, you know, use whatever brands you wish, really. Anyway, let's get on with the very last one for the Castle Arts. And as you can see, we've got some stonework on this house that I've drawn in, and a very light grey with a terracotta roof. I think I might have used sanguine actually, but we'll do something very similar on this house. So let's come in nice and closely. And I'm actually going to start with the roof because it's easier, and I have found the terracotta pencil in this Castle Art set, which I thought I would use. So here it is. So let's get started with the roof. We've got this small overhang roof down here. And then we have the main roofs. I think I'm going to do that little pattern in this as well. I think normally roofs that I've observed that have got that sort of thing going on would normally have the same colour for the for that pattern bit. It might just be black, I suppose. If you want to make it different, make it black. Now these roof, the other roof is coloured, so it's a bit darker at the top than the bottom. So I'm going to do that. Just layer that top bit up a little bit. And the same here. And then we can just see whether it needs tidying up, which I think it does. So I'm just going to put a little more down to the edges. It's often the edges that I miss, and against the items that are drawn on there. Oh, there's a train going by. I was on the train today. Rather light train travel. But the lady at the station was saying, I bought a ticket at the ticket office, but they're going to close them all apparently. Which, so you will only be able to buy your tickets either on the mobile phone app, I don't have a mobile phone, or in the ticket machines, which was broken today. But nobody checked our ticket on the train, but at the other end of the where we were going, I'm just making this one a bit darker at the top too, sort of at the end of the line, I'm just going to darken this one because in my last one over here, which you can't see now, the front part of roof is a bit lighter than the one that's behind. I'm going to try and match that idea. But you can't get off the platform without a ticket. You have to push it into a machine and it opens a gate to let you out. So I guess I would have to buy one at that point. I'd have no other choice. There's nowhere else to buy one. Okay, now we have this sort of stonework. What I think I'm going to do is that here we have almost a strange detail there. I think it's very hard to know where to put the stonework. Certainly not there. I might put it just under here, and I did it with a couple of shades of grey, so that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to use the Cool Grey Deep to draw in the stonework, and I think I am going to put it on this bit but under there. So I'm going to draw the lines across first. Oops, it's a bit wibbly wobbly, but I don't think it matters too much. You could use a ruler. There we go. And another bit here. You could even measure the distance between each one if you feel more comfortable doing it that way. And then let's put in our bricks. Make sure they don't line up. And then each brick was gently formed with a lighter colour. I think I'm going to use the charcoal grey. It's a slightly different shade of grey. I'm just going to sharpen it than the one I've used, and I think it might just add a contrast. So charcoal grey. Oh, where's my voice gone? That was a bit strange, wasn't it? I think I've been talking too much today. There's no such thing. Just working along. Now I think that I used a warm grey for the plain part of the building, so I will do that again. I will do that for this. We've got a light warm grey or a Davies grey, but it's actually very pale, so it might be best with the very light one. These are quite small to be filling in. I don't want, there's a lot of white. I don't want too much white actually. They look okay, but I think I'm going to have to go over those lines. The sort of water lines are not showing up enough. So I'm going to grab my cool grey deep and go back over them all. No, I put that one in the wrong place. Shows how well I can't see. How well I can't see. That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? There we go. Now I also used grey for the chimneys and for the arch around the window. Sorry, this is the charcoal grey. Now we're going to make it, layer it up more here. And do these. And the door frame. I'm trying to make it a little bit darker there. We'll do this bit too. There we go. Now we have the sort of rendered part. I am going to try the warm grey light and see whether it's too plain or not. I think it might just work. I mean too light, not too plain. I just have to layer it up a little bit so you can see that it's there. I think that's going to be fine. Right. Then I am thinking about the windows before I do the door. Now the windows were a lemony colour, I seem to remember, so I am going to use the lemon yellow light. Oh. There we go, lemon yellow light for all of the windows. You could colour these as windows, I sometimes do, but not this time. I just wanted to do something a bit different. I think it looks a bit Tudory with that bit like that. Though Tudor houses are white render. Okay, our door. The door handle I'm going to do in the terracotta, and then the actual door I can do in wood. I'm going to use the walnut brown to start with. then grab our burnt umber to give it the wood look. There we go. And then we need to add in our shadows with the ivory black. I'm just going to start, I think, here where Johanna's actually marked for us where to put those shadows, which is quite useful. And then down here. And then my husband's just come home. And then under the roof, hopefully he won't be too noisy. I'm nearly done anyway, aren't I? Under that roof line. I don't think we need one there. We've got it. It's a very different sort of design bit of the roof. And we'll just put a little bit under the chimney. I'm just going to fiddle with that because I like to fiddle. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that's done. It's wonky, but I'm going to leave that there. So yeah, that was quite a quick one, wasn't it? I'm feeling that these bricks could be a little better defined, but you know, the actual shaping within the mortar, but I think it's just I couldn't quite get the right colour with the charcoal grey. Maybe I'll sharpen it and just have another go at it. I'm just thinking maybe it could be improved. So this is the charcoal grey, and I'm just going to be going around the edges a little bit just to try and give them a bit more definition. And around these, and just all of them really. I'm thinking that's better. I don't know how easy it is to see much of a difference, but I'm feeling like it's looking better myself. That's the important thing really, isn't it, at the end of the day? Just getting it so that we feel happy with it. Now the light's shining off this bit down here, I can't really see what I'm doing. I'm just going to have to guess and hope. It's sort of eliminating my mortar lines a little bit, but I'm preferring it like that, so I'm going to leave it like that. Maybe it's a bit light just there, but I'm good to go now. Going to see my husband and see how he got on today. But there we go. So thank you very much for watching. I hope that you have a really super day. Please remember to like, subscribe and comment. Thank you all so much for your support, and happy colouring. Hi everyone, I have at last got round to finding the time to record the last little bit of this page here. So we've still got 5 houses to do, and a reveal clue. Pencils are going to be Prismacolor. So I don't tend to use my Prismas very much for small detailed work, but I'm going to have to, aren't I? So we'll come in a lot closer for this house, which I think is house number 11, isn't it? So nice and close, and we're going to try and match it with the colour scheme of the other houses in this row. So let's have a little look. I'm going to do the roof first because that's the easiest for me to match. We have a cold grey type colour. So I'm going to grab a cool grey Prisma. I think I'm going to start actually with the... that's quite pale, the 30%. I might go up one. Hang on, I think I use the 50% cool grey. And I'm going to use a similar technique to what I've been using on the other roofs. So basically a little bit harder more layers on the top and then less towards the base of the tile. Now this particular roof is interesting as it has square tiles to start with and then a curved one right at the bottom, but I'm just going to do them in the same way. I think it's easier and it'll match. So 2 good reasons, I think. Now we do have our little tree on this one. I love the way that tree's drawn. It's very sweet. So that will be done as well. But we'll get one step at a time. Just do the roof. Now I have brought a different sharpener through with me. I do have a Prismacolor handheld barrel sharpener, their own one that they sell, but I've actually brought through my dowel because I find it's much better for sharpening Prismas, to be honest. And some of my Prismas I haven't sharpened yet, which is a little bit embarrassing as I've had them quite a long time. I think there's 2 or 3 that I haven't sharpened yet. Now looking at the other roofs, let's just do this dark to light, like on the very first roof. That's what we did. I'm actually thinking these might not be a cool grey, that actually it might have been a darker one, a browner one, you know, because looking at the first house, let me move it across, that looks more brownish, that looks more cool. But I'm going to do this first layer anyway, like this. So again, making the top of this roof a bit darker than the base. But this is a little bit light compared to the others. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop the video for a moment, look back in my book and check what colour I used and then see whether I need a darker one. So bear with me. Yeah, our first house was actually a warm grey and a sepia. The sun is coming in. I think it's okay. So I'm actually going to, yeah, look at their shadow. I'm just going to shut the blind and find a warmer colour. There we go. The camera should adjust in a minute. There we are. So I think what I'm going to do is actually go for the 70% warm grey. It's quite a dark one because I think that will work. And use it on all the places where I want it to be quite a lot darker. So on the edge here, for example, where there's overlap, I'm going to just use it gently on the rest. I'm going to ignore that bit at the minute because I haven't decided what I'm doing there. So a bit here, and this, I do feel this needs to be darker. There's some strange lines here. I think it's a bit of a flaw in the paper, to be honest, because I don't know if you can see them. I'm going to try and colour over them in a minute. But just get that. I'm thinking if I do them in the direction they are, they might cover over better. It's all the way down, as if it's sort of scratched or something. I don't know if that has... It's helped a little bit. I can actually feel it with my pencil. I'm not sure what's gone on there. And we obviously need to change up this one as well, or else it's going to look a little strange. So I'm just going to go over them a little bit, fading down as I go, in the same way I did with my first layer. So I'm sorry I sort of messed that up, but you can just see how the prisms will layer on top of each other anyway. So it doesn't matter too much. Okay, I'm just seeing whether there's anything else grey that we might need to do. I don't think so. Now, looking at the next sort of thing, we have very yellowy windows. It's sort of orangey yellow colour. So I'm just looking at what we've got. I'm thinking probably the... we don't really have an orangey yellow that isn't really orangey. Because there's the... Spanish orange, the yellowed, the sort of sunburst yellow. Or there's like the ochre, which is more brown. I think I'm gonna probably try the sunburst yellow. It's It's a bit blunt, look how blunt that is. I'm going to sharpen it. So this is my dowel. It's got a handle on the back to turn. It's quite noisy. Just finding a position to put it in. I've still got a bit of a sore wrist, so I'm being a bit careful with it. This is a little bit more orange than the other ones, but I think it'll be fine. Yeah, my hand is a bit sore again. I'm just gently looking after it, and using Prismas is quite good actually, because they're nice and soft. You don't have to press them too hard. I'm just going to brush the page off, it's really bitty. There we go. Excuse me. Now we need some white across those windows, but I'm going to do that later. We're going to do, oh yeah, sorry. We're going to continue with this colouring. Now we've got a sort of pinky salmon-y colour, and I'm thinking maybe this peach might be a good choice. Now this has never been sharpened, this peach, but it's a bit, you can see it's still really little, so I'm going to sharpen it. I'm wondering whether to use the light peach and then the peach, or the salmon. I'm not entirely sure. I'm just going to scribble it a bit. No, I think I'll use this colour. I'm just going to use it lightly to start with as a base, and actually I think it looks pretty much like the other houses. Now we want it darker here, nearer to the, because this bit I feel is set back a little bit. We will work more on that shadowing, but it's just a start. Same as under this roof, we'll put some shadow from the roof, but at the moment we'll just get the base colour down, I think. Now we've gone a bit redder in a sort of almost Venetian red type shade. Don't really have that sort of, because see, the Prisma we have 150 colours, but it doesn't have all the ones that I would almost expect, which is quite interesting. I do like them. I do like the colours we get, but they're just different. So we get a lot more greys, but I really like the French greys. The ones I really dislike are the neons, to be honest, but I used one the other day in something, I can't remember what. Oh yeah, I did a picture from a Hannah Carlson book. If you've seen my completed pages video, would it have come out yet? No, it probably won't have come out quite yet, but in my completed pages video I used it for lipstick. Can you imagine? It was a figure. I'm going to darken this corner a bit, just so I can think about where I want extra colour. I need a darker colour though, so I'm going to have a look and select something. This is quite tricky because I haven't really got what I want. I'm thinking maybe the henna is going to be the closest to what I'm looking for, really. I think henna, it's hard for you to see. Yes, so I did her some, I'm going really gently because I'm not entirely convinced it's going to be right. It's okay. Yes, it was Hannah Carlson's Grains of Gold, but also the picture was also from Spirit Animals, and the lady has got is sort of opposite some sweets, candies, and she's got candy necklace and candies in her hair. I need to do that with the other colour, and so this is a bit too dark. I'm going to go over it with the salmon after. And so I thought, you know, with all these candies, and I did her with pink hair, which was such fun. Pink hair, so daring of me. I mean, I know a lot of people do things more daring than that, but this is peach. It almost sounds a bit ridiculous saying that you were daring using a colour, but in the context of colouring, it's quite daring for me. There, that's nicer. Just tone it down a little bit. The thing with the prisms is they layer on top of each other, and you can almost soften a colour that's too dark by putting a lighter one on top, which is something is harder to do with some other brands, not all other brands. So it can be rather useful, but they are just, because they do that, they work quite differently to a lot of other pencils, so maybe not in the way that you might imagine. So they can take some getting used to if you're used to pencil like a Polychromos, where you're always needing to layer them to get your colours. You see, I can almost use this like an eraser and erase off some of that where I think it's a bit too dark, which is quite remarkable. Yeah, I'm going to put a little bit darker under here. Now we're going to do, I want to do some shadows, but I'm not going to do those quite yet. I want to do on the door. Now in our others, the door's wooden, so that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to take my lightest brown, which I think will probably be my light umber for the base of the door. Right, I'm trying to work out what to do with the door handle, because in none of them can I see what colour I coloured it. So I'm going to colour over it. Now don't worry about strokes showing up, because that's what we want really, because it's wood. So now I want to go with something a little bit darker. I'm just going to grab the chocolate. I don't want to go mega dark. The chocolate is a little bit darker. This is too blunt. Need something quite sharp. Now I do find that I get a bit lazy with my Prismas, and I tend to base my colour choice on whether my pencil's sharp or not. If I need something sharp, I just grab the one that's a nearest enough colour but it's sharp, which, as I say, it's lazy. So put in those stripes. It's not quite dark enough. I'm just going to grab this one. Actually, I'm going to grab this one. This is the dark brown. I think that's better. Just go over those a little bit. Might do the door handle. There we go. Now we have our step, which I didn't colour over with the peach. So I'm just going to do that. It's really hard for you. I thought Polychromos were hard to see. These are almost as difficult, aren't they? So just colour over it a bit like that. Now here we have something. I'm going to do it in the silvery greys. So this is our warm grey, which actually isn't silvery, but I'm just going to use a dash of it on the bottom here and sort of on the corners like that, and then take our 50% cool grey, which we were using before, and finish it off. I want to take that colour near the centre and leave a bit of white if I can. This one I'm going to leave the white in the middle. So it looks like it's metallic. I haven't managed to stay in the lines very well, but I think hopefully that sort of works. And now we've got our tree. And you need to think about the pot. It's a huge pot. It's as high as the first floor of the house. It's really close to us. It's tiny, really. So I'm thinking I would match it to the house. But maybe because it's got, maybe we'll make it wooden, so it's a bit different. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to use my light umber like I did before. But look, our stripes go this way, so I'm going to colour it this way to make it look like the wood grain is going in a horizontal direction rather than a vertical one like our door. You can leave some stripes in it, but it's easier to do them in a different colour. So we're going to grab our dark brown and just put some stripes across. I'm also going to actually, I might have to come back. I'm going to use the chocolate. I should have done this first, but never mind. To make it a bit darker on the edges so that the pot looks a little bit more rounded. Now what I like about the Prismas particularly is you can actually cover the black lines quite well because they're not very transparent. You can cover those lines and it looks like you drew them. Maybe I have gone out of the lines quite a bit though in trying to do that, so I'm going to use my Tombow Mono to just try to tidy up a little bit. Most pencils are quite difficult to erase, particularly really vibrant ones like these. Right, we've got our tree trunk. Now it's really thin, so I've decided I'm just going to keep it one colour, and I'm going to use this chocolate because we haven't used it on its own. We haven't used, like with the other two, we used one as a base and one as a dark stripe. I think it will look a little bit different to the colour of the pot, and it is quite a tree trunky colour. There we go. And we need some greens. What should we do for our tree to match in with these sorts of colours? I don't think it matters. I think most things match. So I'm just going to grab my apple green, which I rather like. It's a sort of all-purpose neutral green. And I'm going to do a round and round movement to sort of mimic this sort of circular blobs of the tree. And it will hopefully look a little bit textured, like there are different layers of leaves within it, like that. Quite happy with that. And then I'm going to go slightly darker. This is the, that's a bit dark, isn't it? I'm not going to go that dark actually. I'm going to use this one. This is the Prussian green. And I'm going to do a little bit just gently on top, just to give even more layers of colour. Just a tad. Don't have to do this bit. Might even end up looking a bit scruffy. Now the grass, what sort of grass colour? There is a grass green, but I don't think it's very grassy. I think I might just use this Prussian actually. I think that's a much better grass green. So Prussian green. And I'm not going to do anything fancy because it is teeny tiny. There we go. Now we need to do our white for our windows. I'm just going to brush off the bits first because once I put this on I can't brush it because it will spread. Now try to keep within the lines when you do this. I am quite rubbish because if you go out of the lines it looks odd because it's supposed to be the shine on the glass and it wouldn't go outside of the lines. There we go. I think we're done. I'm just having a quick look. Yeah. So that's that one done. So thank you for watching. Please do like, subscribe and comment. Oh, no, I haven't finished at all. Sorry. We need to do some shadowing between the building. Right. Let's grab this dark brown, warm grey. I mean, I'm going to use this in the way that I use the sepia, although I probably could do with something a bit darker. Let's go for the darker one. We've got the 90% warm grey. We'll use that if I need to sharpen it. You can still like, subscribe and comment while I'm doing my sharpening. Right, 90% warm grey. So we need to put some shadowing in here. I'm sorry, I completely forgot. Under the roof and a little bit down there. Now this is a really dark pencil, so you need to be a bit careful that you're not pushing down too hard and getting more than just a shadow. You don't want a big old thick line. build it up gently. There we go. Gosh, I'm sorry for all those people that might have thought I was finished and already switched off. Oh well, that'll teach them not to watch all the way through. Supposed to watch right through the advert at the end, you know. Right. Sorry, I'm not funny, am I? There we go. So a little bit of shadows here and there. I'm going to put a tiny bit on the edge of the chimney. I want it to look a bit more rounded. There we go. That's better. For me, that's made a huge difference. But there we go. So this time I am going. So thank you so much for watching. I hope that you have a really super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this series of small houses. This is from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford, which I completely forgot to say in my last video. We're going to be using Prismacolor again today, and we are for the rest of the page actually. And this little house is our target for today. I'm trying to zoom in, my battery is dead on my remote control, so I'm doing it on my camera, which can be a challenge. Okay, let's get you in the middle. There we go. I think that's as far as we can go. Now the houses in this row have ochre and wood. That one's got wood and brick and ochre. This one's got wood and brick and ochre. So I'm not sure how I'm going to incorporate all that into. Oh, we've got wood shutters. We can do wooden shutters and doors. Ochre for the edges and brick in the middle maybe. I'll have a think. I think I'll grab my ochre first. I keep saying ochre. This is our yellow ochre. Looks quite orangey in this light, it isn't. And I'm going to use this on these two outside bits just to start with, because it's a fairly straightforward way to start really. Now the others have smaller areas of this sort of colour. I had considered just doing it for this central bit, but I thought we'd make this one a little bit different and do this darker colour for a lighter colour, sorry, lighter and brighter colour for this bit. Especially as we have the wood on there to do as well. Now we have these windows. I think they might be this colour. I could do those wood. Maybe they're wood. I am pondering to myself, aren't I? It's sort of planning as I go. It's very interesting earlier. I was looking at a comment on a Facebook colouring group, which I sort of follow. I'm not sure if I think I'm a member, but every time I try and post it tells me I have to follow the rules and apply, and I thought I had. So I was a bit confused. It doesn't matter, it's neither here nor there. The person who left a comment said they really disliked videos when people talked all the time. I'm going to do the background of the brickwork in a light umber. Okay, so I'm just going to do a background for this bit. And it was interested me because firstly, I'm like, well, if you don't like people talking in videos, why don't you just mute it and watch it without the talking? And you could play your own music in the background. You wouldn't need to listen. But I don't know whether she meant people who talking distract themselves with their talking, if you know what I mean. Because I have watched some videos where people whether it's alive and they're talking to their viewers, and as they talk about whatever it is they're talking about, they stop colouring. That's a bit irritating, but those viewers wanted to be talked to, that's why they were in the live. So, you know, I don't know if the video was necessarily supposed to be a colour along as such, or whether you were just, although she was telling you what colour she was using, or whether it was just really supposed to be a chat. Do you know what I mean? Now at this point I should really go and get a ruler, but no, I'm too lazy. Now I'm trying to decide whether to use the sepia or the espresso, or whether to just go a little bit lighter. I might use the sepia. Here it is. Oh, I need to sharpen it. Got my dowel here to sharpen with. I'm a little bit aware that I'm quite likely to do my wood backgrounds in the same colour as this, so I need to make sure I don't. There's not a huge range of... I'm going to do my across first for my brickwork. I'm quite aware that I'm already wobbly, but they're all wobbly, so they're just rustic. Yeah, so there's not a big range of browns, I don't feel, excuse me, compared with like Polychromos. So I'm just often a little bit cautious about using them all up. Now let's do some bricks. Now bricks don't line up, I'm sure everyone is probably aware. I'm just reminding you because sometimes it's easy to forget and just start randomly putting lines in and then wondering why somehow your brain's telling you it's wrong, but you don't know why. Those two line up. Let's try and move that one over. Sorry, concentrated silence. Maybe you're enjoying the quiet. Maybe you're not even listening. Maybe you do mute the sound. I don't mind. Do what works for you. Now I'm going back to my light umber and I'm going to try and form the brick shapes a little bit better within the mortar that we've just drawn on. So just try and make them a little bit darker around the edges. Now it's going to be quite difficult because they are really small, but I'm just going to have a go. Because I feel that it's a bit pale at the moment. Now I'm feeling like the mortar is too pale. Well, we'll get there in the end. You know, sometimes a picture is a bit of a trial and error. And but neither a trial or an error, to be honest. Strange phrase. It's just a bit of an experiment, shall we say. So yeah, there's not enough definition in there. I'm wondering whether I can use a much darker colour for that mortar. I mean, normally, to be honest, mortar is lighter than the bricks, but I've done it darker in all of these houses, so that's how it's got to be. Yeah, it's too pale. What should we use? I'm thinking let's use this one. Let's use the 90% cool grey. It's a bit blurred there for you, sorry. And I'm just gonna go back over it in all its rustic glory. Just so you can actually see that there's brickwork supposed to be there. Now if you enjoy brickwork, I do have a brick video where I do it properly, measure it out and use various Polychromos to get a nice brick effect. This one's quite rough and ready. It's okay, I think we've won. Yeah. Now, wood. My son has just exploded into laughter next door. It's quite strange. Anyway, I'm I am going to use the chocolate as the base for my wood. And remember, we're doing wood here on the shutters. So we do this horizontally in the direction that the wood's drawn on, and then wood on this one. Now in our other pictures our wood on our doors etc. is quite pale, so I'm trying not to press too hard. So this way we're going vertically because that's the way the stripes are, and then here we're going to have to draw some in, but that's okay. It's only a very small area, you can do it. There we go. Gosh, he's laughing again, it's quite funny. I'm just trying to look for my colour that I want to draw the lines in, as I don't want to go too really dark. I was thinking about using like a burnt ochre, but I think it's going to be too reddish and I don't think it's necessarily going to show. I'm going to give it a try. It might not work, so watch first. This is the burnt ochre, and see if it works. If it doesn't work, we'll have to go darker. But I'm thinking the house next to it is got a similar, it's a bit reddish, isn't it? If you don't like it, I'm not sure if I do, to be honest, you might want to go darker with your dark brown instead. Not sure, it looks very woody. Anyway, I'm going to leave it and do the roof and then have a think. Now I've looked up this one and the roof is definitely in a cold grey. Let's start with the cool grey, sorry, 50% cool grey, and then we might add a darker one. Now these are done, it's quite pale on that bit, and then darker under here, and then pale as we go, less as we get down towards the bottom. So just use a gentle touch throughout, but layer it up where you want it to be darker. So it can be easier sometimes to start with your lightest area down there, and then you know how much darker you have to go up here in order to show that it's sort of fading towards the bottom, like that. I'm also going to use this colour here. We need to do those chimney pots, I think, with the ochre. And then again, a light touch here and darker under here. Just gently working down with less layers as we go down. Now, I think our windowsills were grey as well, just looking across. Yeah, they were quite dark though. I think I'll use a slightly darker grey now. I'm going to go to the 70% cool grey, and I'm going to go a little darker under here and just fade that a bit. I'm not going to take that all the way down the whole roof, just to help create that contrast, like that. And then I am going to use it for the windowsill and the doorstep and this bit in here. And then we've got this roof part here. What I did was I made it darker here and lighter towards the edge. It's quite difficult. Do your best, it's all you can do. Okay, now I'm going to do the stripes on the windows. I'm going to use my 50% cool grey for that. You can see it here. That's what we're going to do, so it's just a diagonal piece. You don't have to go all the way to the edge. Sometimes it looks better if you don't. Quite small though, so I'm going to put a bit there that doesn't go to the edge. There we go. Oh, and on here, it doesn't want to show up on there. There we go. Now our chimney, let's go back to our yellow ochre and do the chimneys. I'm going to put just a layer down first. And then we're going to start to think about where it might be darker. So along the edges of the chimney to make it look more rounded under here and things like that. I'm just having a look to see if I've got a colour that I can use. I'm going to try the bronze. I love this colour. The bronze. And I'm going to sharpen it. Now this bronze is usually comes together with the gold and silver, but it's not metallic, so I don't think it really belongs with them, but I like it a lot. Now I'm going to add a little bit to the end edge here and here. I'm being really gentle because it's very sharp and therefore liable to break. I'm also going to add it here where these lines are. Now it isn't that dark, but that's okay. Oop. Look at the end. Looks like a hooked nose. We're going to go in a bit darker though on the edges there. I think we want a really, we've got our 90% cool grey here. I think that one might work for us. Again, I'm going to sharpen. Now you see the problem with having them really sharp is that the ends do snap. And I know some people will use their, only sharpen theirs flat, so they don't do that, but I like a point. And I just have to be careful. So we're putting a shadow line in under the edge of the roof. We did this on the others as well. And then along this sort of overlapping bits, such as this, we'll fade that out a little bit. And go under here. We are covering up some of that bronze that we carefully put down, but it's okay. Just trying to create that sort of slightly three-dimensional look, which I feel is always rather nice. So the idea is try to make it look like this roof is slightly overlapping and creating a shadow, and that this bit is sticking out from this bit. And the wider we make this, the more it looks like it's standing out, I feel. Now we also need to put a bit of shadow on the chimney. To me they look like they're behind the so they're on the other side of the roof. We'll put a bit of shadow under these. There'll be a bit on the sides as well, just on the inside, but they'll be sticking out of the roof. They're not going to be just flat against it. I'll put a bit under the windowsill. This bit might not show so much because of our windowsill being dark grey. We can put a bit under the shutter as well, which might help. Now you have to be a little bit careful. I've gone out of the line, so I'm just trying to raise it, because you can end up making it all look a bit dirty if you use too much. But on the other hand, you want to give some three-dimensional you know, make it look a little bit three-dimensional. And I'm just going to fiddle a bit more. There we go. I think I am happy with that. It's really up to you how much you add, but I think we've got a bit of a three-dimensional look. Oh, my remote control's working. I just took a photo and it worked. But that's me for that one. Yeah, that was fun. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you are enjoying colouring along with the little series here. Yeah, we've got a few to go. Got blue one next, so that'll be interesting. But for now, thank you so much. Please like, subscribe, comment, all those things. Thank you very much for watching. Have a super, super day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this series from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford, and we are colouring these little houses. We have this one to do next, and as you can see it is a blue house. So we have the sort of sky blue type colours going on, which I'm going to try to do a similar colour with our Prismacolors for this one here. So let's come in closer and get started. My zoom is quite slow, I think, so that you don't end up feeling a bit queasy. Okay, now there are some very pale blue areas, so I'm not going to start with the really, really pale blue. The powder blue and the sky blue light are really light. I think we might go with the cloud blue. So here it is. I'm going to give it a go. It might be too light. Now on our others we've got a few lighter areas and a few darker areas. So what I'm going to do is pick one part to be extra light, and I think I might pick this lean-to part here. Okay, now I don't know if this is dark enough to show up, so I'm just going to give it a go. I'm going to layer it up a little bit and we'll see what happens. I'm going to put a few layers on, and I may still need to sort of darken it up a bit. Might be okay because I have to put a bit of darker on there anyway. Okay, now we want something slightly darker next. I'm thinking I don't want to go too dark. Maybe this Caribbean Sea is going to work. And I'm going to use that for all of the rest of the house area, so this part for example. I may need to sharpen it in a minute. But we'll see how it goes. I hope everyone's doing okay. I still haven't heard, on recording this video, which is actually probably a little way before, maybe a week or so before it goes up, heard nothing about the work that I'm supposed to be having done on my house. I should chase it, but I'm actually quite enjoying the peace and quiet. Not really quite ready for it to start yet, but I guess if I don't hear anything by the end of the week I ought to. But they said they would be doing it in September, you see, and they said they would, you know, it would be when I got back of holiday. I've obviously got back of holiday, no sign of anything. I'm just seeing what windowsill work we've got. The windowsills are in the lighter blue. Okay, so we'll leave those for now. So yes, and when that happens, how often I can record is going to be, I don't know really, because by the evening I'm really tired. So, you know, if they're working till 5 or 6, even till 4, by then I'm too tired really to make videos and record things. Weekends can be quite stretched for time, so what I'm going to try to do is possibly get ahead if I can, so that I've got some content. I'm just looking at the chimney. I'm thinking we'll do this bit in this colour and the pots, not that across bit, horizontal bit, to make that bit a bit darker each side, give it some shape. Here we probably want to be a bit darker under the roof line, but we'll use it something else as well. You know, probably a cold grey for that. But I will try and make sure so that we've got one video a day, but it may not be more than one. I managed to get back to 2 videos a day a little bit sooner than I had said because of that, and because I had Rita's download that I wanted to share with you really quickly. You know, because it needs to be done for her competition if you want to do it that way. Okay, I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to do something a little bit different now. We're going to do the windows. Now, the windows on the others are a sort of lemon yellow, so I'm just seeing if we've got that sort of thing. We have a, yeah, what's that? The deco yellow, or what's that? Is that a lemon? Yeah, we have a lemon. Sorry, I don't really know my Prismas very well. I'm just going to sharpen it. There we go. So the lemon yellow. And we use that. Now we haven't done all the windows with the yellow in these. We've done it with a slightly different approach. So a few of them. And just block them in. Now we've got an open door there. I'm going to put some lights in there. I think that's rather welcoming. The other windows are done with a grey. And we'll do those now so I don't forget. Need a cool grey. I think I'm just going to use the 20%. I want it really quite pale. And what we did was we left a little white edge and just coloured in a bit of it. So leave a bit top and side and then colour in that side. This is a Johanna Basford technique. Windows. There we go. Now I did say the windowsills were in a lighter blue. So going back to our cloud blue and going to do these windowsills. Actually quite a grey blue, goes with the windows. I think we might do that bit as well in this lighter blue. And this one. But we've got a darker blue for the door is needed. And that bit of the chimney. I might do it there as well. So a darker blue. I'm just looking at what I've got. I'm thinking the Mediterranean Sea might be the one to go for. Whoop. I couldn't have been further away from the name if I tried to spin it all the way around. Oh, it's so hard to see. And we'll do it here. It's a little bit different colour to the other houses, but it's okay. We're not going to match exactly, and I don't have a comparison chart with me. Probably would have been sensible to have done. But, right, there's that little door. Oh yes, the chimney. And that might be all of the blue. Yeah. Oh, I think I might do the bird box in this colour too. I think match the house. bird table. I think it's the bird box because it's got the hole where they can nest. Right, roofs. Now, oops, these are done in I'm just checking, cold grey. Okay, so back to our cold greys. We use one for the windows. Let's go slightly darker for the roof and use the, does that say 30% cool grey? It's hard to read, isn't it? And what did we do for the sloping bits? We just block them in, didn't do much. So we'll do that, just quite even. What do you think that is? Answer on a postcard, as they used to say. Take quite a long time, wouldn't it? I was just actually having a look at the local news, and apparently people are complaining again about our post being very slow. I did, my parents went on holiday to our nearest seaside town, so not too far. It's probably an hour's drive from here in a car, and sent me a postcard, which was lovely. And it took, I'm going for a darker colour, it took 6 days to cut here. This is the 50% cool grey. I can't remember if it had a first class or second class stamp on though, to be honest, but first class post is supposed to take 1 to 3 days, and second class post is supposed to take 3 to 5 days, and it took 6, and that's working days, but they posted it on the Wednesday. Now Saturday is a working day in the post office as well. I suppose it could have just been on time according to their schedules, but really I think I'm going to do this in the dark blue. I had considered doing it as if it was a silver item, but I think we've got so much grey going on our roofs that we'll just do it in a blue. I'm just filling it in really. I think it looks better in blue. I'm just assessing whether our very pale blue is dark enough, and I think it's fine because we're going to go in with a little bit of darker colour to sort of do some shading and some shadows. I think I'm going to use the 90% cool grey. Now this is a bit daring, it's quite dark, it's almost black, so I'm going to need to be quite careful. So I'm going to start under this roof line, and I want actually quite a depth of shadow under here. We've got a dotted line there indicating that there's quite a shadow there. So there it is, and you can make it a little gentler towards the edge, like that. Now under here there would be one. I'm only going to make this really light, thin, like that, and I can do the same there. And then one here and under those windowsills, like that. Now here we've got across a line which I think indicates that we're supposed to be putting some shadow in here, so I'm going to go over it like that and down here. I feel like this little bit of the building is set back slightly, so there'll be some shadow from the edge of this building which juts out. You can tell from this part down here, but also from the way the roofs overlap. So I'm going to put a bit of shadow under there. Also along here, and under here just a line like that, just so that those ridge tiles look separated. Darker colour here. There's always going to be more underneath. Now that's going to have to be set at a different, because of that roof. Like that. A little bit under the chimney. If you make it darker, you put a bit more dark on each side, it helps it look rounded. Let's have a looky. Maybe a bit more here. Let's have a look. There we go. I think that's okay. I'm just gonna fiddle a little bit more with it, but it's fairly straightforward. I think as I'm going through these, it gets a little easier because I can sort of copy the colours of the ones that have been done already. So that helps me be a little bit more quick, speedy. Yeah, I'm going to leave it there. Just wanted to double check that I hadn't sort of rushed along and missed bits out, but I think that's okay. It sort of matches in with the others. So that's that one. So thank you for watching. Tune in tomorrow. We've got something a little bit different. Sort of reddish roof. So that'll be fun. I've got to try and work out what colour to pick. Anyway, I will do that before I start, I think. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the next video in this series from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford. We've got this little house to do today, so let's come in a bit closer. Now I have found some colours that I think might work because it's a little bit, I wasn't really sure what I could use, but I think I found something. Now this house, I'm going to start with the roofs. I have picked the mahogany red. I think it's the closest to these reds that we used for this one. And I'm just having a look. These have just been done in plain colouring. That's what I'm going to do. You don't really see houses with red roofs very much in this country, but I know you do in other countries. It's quite nice, isn't it? I think, to have something a bit different. And why not? I don't think I've seen, let me think, most houses I see, I'm just looking at the roofs and they're darker at the top than the bottom. Most houses I see have grey roofs with just a boring tile. Ours is sort of concrete tiles. I think that's quite normal for around here. There is one that's got a pattern in the roof, which is quite fun, near where my father-in-law lives. Now, the next one I wasn't very sure about was the chimney. They've been done in a sort of caput mortuum type colour, which again we have nothing like. So I am going to try the terracotta for our chimney. It's because the chimneys are slightly more on the brown side. I thought this would sort of look right. So I'm trying to just put a little bit more colour on the edges to make the chimney look a bit more rounded. Hopefully it does that a little bit. It's not really the right colour, but I don't think it matters too much. Now, our houses are wooden and our doors and window frames are also doors and shutters, we have shutters on this one, are also wooden. So the houses are quite light wood, so I picked out the beige as our sort of base. Oh, you're never going to be able to see that. How about that? No. Sorry. So I'm going to do all of the house in the beige. I'm going to layer it up a little bit because we want to be able to see it. I do want it pale, but not so pale we can't see what's going on. You can see this looks like a wooden house. That's why I chose wood for these houses, because of this one. I find this beige looks slightly sort of peachy in colour, and I always use it for my skin tones. If I'm using Prismas for skin tones, it's a very good one. I actually did a skin tone picture yesterday, a face, and I used my Black Widow skin tones, and sometimes I can't get a particularly good result with those. I think it's just lack of practice. It's nothing to do with the pencils themselves, but I got a really pleasing result, so that was nice. You would have seen it if you've watched my completed pages video, so I popped it on there. Now I'm going to use the light umber to put in the stripes of wood. These are obviously drawn in, but we're going to go over them anyway. These aren't. So I'm just going to sort of draw in. And then the zoom here, so draw them in here. I'm going to add some in because they're really far apart. Yeah, so I was really pleased. So I shall be trying those a bit more. I think what happens is I find them a bit bright, and I'm not very confident with my skin tone, so I like to do them quite pale, but I'm getting more confident anyway, and I found a really good base colour, but I can't remember which one it was. It's good, isn't it? And I think it was a slightly peachy tone, and then I sort of built up from there really. This is really quite pale compared to the other one. I'm going to go over these a bit more. I'll make them a bit thicker. It'll look a bit darker. Got both my sons home now. One of them didn't have to go into college today, into university I should say, and the other one is back, so it's nice. Now the doors, we want them darker, so I am going to go for a dark umber. Oops, used a dark umber. Not the frame, that's going to be a different colour. Now I want it to look like it's stripy wood. So I'm putting some stripes into my colouring. I'll put a bit more in a minute. There we go. It's really sunny today. My son came home really hot, whereas I wasn't terrible. I had a jacket on when I was out. So, but it's probably got warmer because I was out a while ago. Excuse me. Right, I think that's okay. The colour is quite pale compared to that one, but I think if I try and darken it too much, it's going to be too dark. There isn't really a happy medium. Oh, unless I use... What about the sandbar brown? Hang on. I'm going to use the sandbar brown just to darken it a bit. It is definitely darkening it. Sorry, I was trying to see whether it was working, and hence I stopped talking. I don't know whether it's good to have a break from talking or not, but I think if you want to hear sound, you want to hear sound. Right, that's a bit better. Not perfect, but better. Now, our windows are going to be in canary yellow, and they're just blocked in, so that's nice and easy. This is still a bit pale compared to the ones, I think they were like a dark cadmium yellow, so a bit darker than this. just a bit, it's not orange enough. Hang on. I'm going to try a bit of sunburst yellow on top. Not too much. Actually, it does need a fair bit. Just layering it on. I always think this looks a little bit orangey, but then the windows do anyway. Okay, now we need a sort of silvery colour for our window frames. I think I'm going to try the cool grey 30%. And what I've been doing with these is leaving a white gap, so filling it in a bit and then leaving a bit so it looks shiny. Yeah. And same with the door frame, to put it a bit in at the edge on the top and leave a bit on the side. Do that with all of these little bits. Try and make it look a bit shiny. Interesting how the little windows don't have frames. But anyway, sure it's fine. Now this little pile of rocks here, I'm actually going to do in my sandbar brown. Because we haven't used much of it, I think it won't look like we've used the same colour, but it will work together with the colours that are there. Now ideally I would want to go around the edge a bit darker than the centre to make them look rounded, but that's really quite difficult with a Prisma pencil. But I'm going to grab my dark umber, just have a little try. Just try and put a bit more colour around the edge. I can just make them look a bit more shapely. There we go. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Now we have these pots, and I'm thinking, do I do them in the roof colour or the terracotta? I think pots are more likely to be terracotta. However, this terracotta colour is not the colour of what I would consider to be a terracotta pot. I'm going to give it a sharpen anyway, and I'm actually going to match the two pots together. Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use the mahogany red because our house to the left has a pot and it's in the roof colour. So I'm going to copy that for some consistency. So here we are with our mahogany red. Okay, so now we have some markings here indicating this bit needs to be darker, so I'm just gently layering up. I'm being really gentle because I've only just sharpened it. That tip will be weak. I'm going to try and leave a lighter bit in the middle so that it looks like it's quite a shiny pot. And we'll do exactly the same with this one. And then bring that colour in so we've got a bit of a shine in the middle. Now we need some brown for the sort of, it's a tree, isn't it, like a tree trunk. Just looking at what I've got here already, I think I'm going to use the dark umber because I think our other colours are a little bit pale. Now the green we used for our plant to the left looks quite grey green, a bit like a kelp green, something like that maybe. So I think that's what I'm going to try and use. Kelp green. I like how it's called vert algae, like the French for kelp is algae. Whereas kelp is a bit of kelp is seaweed, but maybe maybe they don't like that word or something. This doesn't actually look anything like the other colour, but never mind. Oops. I'll make it a bit darker just here where it overlaps the other bit nearer the bottom. There we go. Now the little one will try and make a bit more like that. I'm thinking maybe therefore it's a dark green. Is that the peacock green or the dark? That's peacock green. Try the dark green. Oh, it's nearly rolled on the floor then. Oh, it's quite far away. There's so many pencils in the set, as I'm sure you're aware. I'm going to try and leave a bit of shine in the middle of the leaf. It's really hard when they're so small. Yeah, there's so many pencils that I struggle to find room for them all. Okay, so now we're done with our basics. We're going to do a bit of shadowing. I think I might use the 90% warm grey for this, because we've got more warmer colours. Now we're going to start under here. I'm going to put quite a defined line in, because that overhangs the building. Maybe just extend it by blurring that edge a tad, like that. Under this roof line too, same sort of thing. That one might go above, actually. Now we've got this bit here. I'm thinking that's a sort of lean-to on the side, so it's a bit further back. There'll be a bit of shadow there, and the same here. It's going to be a shadow along here, like that. Under here on the chimney. Yeah, I think that's enough. I'm just studying it. Yeah, I think so. So there we go. So there is our next house. Let's just brush off the pencil crumbs. And we are done on that one. So please join me tomorrow, because it's our very last one. So that's really exciting. And yeah, it's an interesting one, to say the least. We've got stonework walls tomorrow, so yeah, that'll be fun. Looking forward to it. So hopefully I'll see you there. Have a fantastic day and happy colouring. Hi everyone, welcome to the very last part of this quite large series from Worlds of Wonder by Johanna Basford, and we'll crack on with our very last house, which has an orange roof, a rendered plain wall and some brickwork. So quite fun, different bits and pieces to do. So I'm going to start with the windows because they look really easy. They are very pale yellow. I'm going to grab my deco yellow and pop those in just to get us started. This is a little bit bright. They're almost a very pale lemon, but I don't quite have the lightest colour. Might have a cream, I guess, might have worked. But anyway, I'm quite happy with this. So that is where I am starting. Now we also have a street lamp next to our house. Have I left it in shot? Yes, that's good. I'm going to do that the same. I think it's good to match it together. Okay, step one done. Oh, but is that a window in the door? I'm going to say no, because it wouldn't have one there and there. I really don't think. So I'm going to say no. Right, our roof, it's a sort of orangey colour. It's more of a the sort of terracotta that you find in the Polychromos. I'm thinking this pumpkin orange might work. Now, although this roof has got lots of tiles on it, the other roofs of the houses on this page don't. So I am inclined to possibly ignore them. This isn't quite as pink as the oranges that we've used already. I'm just putting on a light layer really, just so I can assess it. So I'm going to try not to go over the lines, because those bits are going to be really pale. Yeah, I think I might need to add something to this, but that's okay. It's just the first bit. Oh, there's a train going by. So loud. It's quite handy because I can hear them going, but when my children are coming home, when I hear the train sound its horn, I know it's dropped them off. So, you know, as long as I know which one they're on, of course. So I can get the kettle on and make them a cup of tea. I'm wondering whether to try the pumpkin orange next. I think that might be a better match. My son's having hysterics. That's good. Pumpkin orange. So I'm just going to put a light layer over the top there. Yeah, it's a bit better. And I want this top part to be a bit darker than the lower bit of the roof, so it's going to go over it a little bit more. A bit less down here. I'm thinking this line should probably be coloured in as well. Just having a think as I go, really. I didn't really plan this one. Like the last one, I planned out all the colours because I didn't know what they would be. I think this one is okay because actually our first and second house are quite different colour-wise. So this one should, won't matter too much. I can do this bit too. Try not to do that a little bit there though, yet. Till I've thought about what I'm doing with it. I guess they're bits of roof, aren't they? But in this house I've done a window arch in silver. I think I'm going to do the same on those. Or else it's going to be too much the same. There we go. Now I'm going to grab the colour that I'm going to use. I think the beige putty is the right colour. Putty beige, sorry. For the bits that have no brickwork, and that's these two little windows here. As much as I'd like to colour all of that this colour to make it easier on myself, I can't because there's the bricks on the edge there. But this bit will be this colour too. Trying to work out, I think that's a step. Just going to colour it in. Yeah, and just sort of copying what's going on in the other pictures really. Now, our door and shutters, let's do those next. They're wooden. I'm going to grab the light umber, yet again using the same sorts of browns, and just colour through the shutter. Just simple. And the same here. Excuse me. I should really be doing it horizontally, colouring. Like that. But you need to just make sure you've got it all. And I'm going to do this one up and down, vertically. And then we need a darker brown to draw on our door stripes. I think the dark brown is probably going to work well. With the shutters, you can just actually put a line to emphasise the ones that are there already. I think it's probably the easiest way. But with this door, we need to put in some lines to make it a bit more wooden. There we go, all the way down here. Okay, I'm going to do the grey areas next. Now I think, yeah, I think around the windows will be the cold grey, and then I'm just going to sharpen one, and then the brickwork is a warm grey. That's my thought. So I have got the cool grey 50% to do these. It just looks like it's filled in to me. And this one. And the lamppost. I'm going to make that have a bit of a shine because I think it would be metallic. Those bits too small like that. The chimney's also done in this. Leave a little shine in the middle, make it look a bit more rounded. Okay, now the windowsill. And I think we've procrastinated enough to now do our brickwork. Right, greys. I'm thinking I'd quite like to do French grey. So I'm now what's the best way to do this? A dark outline first. Yeah. So I'm going to sharpen my 90% French grey. And think about my brick outline. So here's the 90% French grey. I'm just going over what's there and then wondering what to do, whether these will line up, and I think they will, so I think I'm going to extend that line and then just draw in more. My son, laughing. But they are sort of rounded. You can draw them in rounded, making your mortar go into the edges. So that's about there. And again, now we need to make sure they don't line up, so you draw something. You can draw like a joined up writing X and then fill the gaps in like that. And we just got to do this all over, and then we can then we can fill it in with something. I'm not really sure what I need to. It's taking a bit of concentration. I think that needs to come down there a bit. You can make them different sizes, but you want to make sure you've got that pattern where you haven't got two gaps on top of each other, because that's not how brickwork is done. So for this one I'm actually going to make the whole thing the brick, and then this one will be a bit smaller. So that one is there, that one is sort of there, and that one is sort of there. We've got one about here, haven't we? No, that's that. I messed that up. Ooh, eraser. Hopefully it won't really show up once it's coloured in, and if it does, it does. I'm sorry if you've copied me and messed it up and feel sad. I'm just going to get on. I've taken those across into the door frame, which is a big mistake. It erases off, so that's good. Right, now we need something to fill in these bricks with, and we want something significantly lighter. So that was, I think I'm going to try the 50% French grey. That's 50%. Oh, I missed a bit, I just noticed. Very top. I missed the very top, didn't I? So back to my 90% to fill in this top bit. There we go. And now, in every space, I'm going to be using my 50% French grey to try to make it darker on the outside and a bit lighter towards the middle. I'm going to try very hard not to colour over the outline so I don't have to redo it. Now it's drawn out, it's easy, and actually it isn't that hard to draw. I don't know why I was procrastinating actually, but I was, and there you go. The bigger contrast you have between the greys that you use, the more obvious the brick shape is, but in my others it isn't really obvious, so I wanted to do it a similar sort of contrast, and I think that's what's happened. I'm quite happy with how it works in relationship to the others. It's still really sunny. My son was saying how he's got to do a presentation on Friday with a group of people. He said, I actually organised my group and dished out the work so everyone's got a job to do, although one person wasn't there. He's given himself the hardest bit, I think. Okay, so now we need to do a bit of work so that we can see what's going on. I think I'm going to try the 90% warm grey for our shadows. Now, I'm going to start at the top and just gently work down. We've got a bit of green to do as well. I'm right at the end. So I'm sort of going to ignore that pattern, I think, on the roof. Worry more about these little gable windows, or whatever you might call them. They're dormer windows, aren't they? They would have some shadow because they will be standing out from the roof. yeah, we had considered having these, but would have potentially be turned down by our planning office anyway. It's not in keeping with how the street looks, but also it would have meant we couldn't have solar panels on our roof because we would have had them on the back of the house, because we were allowed to change the back of the house but not the front. So I think it would have it wouldn't have been good. It would have given us more space, which is yes, but can do a bit here as well. It would have just stopped us saving all that money in electricity that we've been saving, which has been so useful. Just putting in a little bit under here. And on these. I'm just going to sit back and have a little look. Need a bit more definition here. Problem is it's already quite dark, so trying to get that right amount of darkness in to show the shadows is a little tricky. That's better. I'm going to do some grass. I'm just going to sneeze. In our very first house in this row, we have a tree and some grass, and it's a sort of moss greeny type colour, which is what I'm tempted to use. Oh, here we. Why should I use the lime? No, I think I'll try and find my. Can't find my moss green. Olive. I can't find it. It's strange. I thought it was. There it is. There he is. Moss green. Just going to put a bit here. Now, the picture above that we did yesterday, what I did earlier, you did yesterday, there is a bit here where you should put grass and I didn't. So I'm going to grab, now I remember I used the kelp green, so I'm going to use that. I don't know, I think that colour will be better, I can't remember what it was. I've got it written down right next to me. But anyway, doing the grass and kelp now. I'm going to put a bit in the middle as well. There we go. So there is our house. I think it's done. I'm just having a little look. Yeah, as I said, I've sort of ignored the roof just because the other roofs, sorry about the noise, haven't got that sort of design on, so I've sort of left it and I think it's okay. And I'm going to now, oops, go the other way, zoom out so you can see the whole page all done. So well done if you coloured along, and thank you for joining me. Now if you have coloured along and you want to share your page on Instagram, please tag me, or you can share it on my Facebook page in a comment. So maybe where I've shared this post to this video, you can share yours in the comments. That's always really lovely to see. But yeah, on Instagram or a Facebook group or whatever, just remember to say that you followed my tutorial, because that's always nice, just so people know. But that's me, so thank you very much for joining me, as I said, and I hope that was okay, and I'll have to think of something completely different to do. Now this is the first page I've completed from this book, my second copy, so if there's anything you want me to do from this book, any different pages, do let me know and I will have a think. I have done a lot of videos from this book already, so there are but if you ask me and I've done it already, I should just send you the link, so that's fine. But there we go. So thank you so much. Have a super day and happy colouring.